everybody, and welcome back to another tale from Miniry Village. My name is Thomas. I'm the narrator for this evening, and these are my amazing players. Say hello, everybody.
Hello.
And let's dive right back into things with a very quick recap. Previously, the action committee of Miniry Village got into a bit of trouble involving an earthquake. May or may not have been friendly fire, but after a wild journey at the Spring of Dreams / Nightmares, they all saw pieces of each other's past, and most importantly, different connections from that past as well. And in this web of knowledge that they acquired, they learned of 3 beings that are now threatening the land. 3 shadow fiends of vengeance that have possessed people local to the area. And it's not entirely clear what they're up to or what they're doing, but you now have knowledge of them. You made contact with Burdrith and his group of bandit slayers, and you managed to talk him into attending one of the peace talks that you're going to have, which is an incredible step. So well done, Rami, on that. It was unfortunately done on the basis of a lie, which caused a bit of strife in the group and back at Miniry, but with very few options ahead of you, you went back home. You're also very in pain and exhausted from the day's events. Earthquake. And you returned to Miniry. It was early in the morning, and you finally got a chance to have a good night's sleep. And Val, you were horribly wounded, and you were taken back to the temple to be appropriately seen to. And that's where we find ourselves now. I'm going to very quickly go over what happens during the next day, because a lot of very important things pile on, shall we say. So while you're going about whatever business you'll be going about over the next day, obviously you have another discussion with the council, kind of touch base on all those things. You send Alzani out to the local settlement of Kaor to make sure that Burdrith's group don't do horrible things there. And in this time, you learn that from your Raiden allies, Blue, who are guarding the perimeter of Miniry with the difficulties that have been coming from the presence of shadow fiends on your borders. They inform you that they have seen nothing out of the ordinary. There doesn't appear to be anybody coming to Miniry, nobody making any moves, but they're going to remain diligent. So that's what you hear from them. You also hear that Lael returns from the reconnaissance they were doing, and unfortunately they were trapped in a storm for quite a while, which slowed them down a bit. But they do return. They inform you about the things that they witnessed going on with the various mountain clans. And what they tell you is that they saw signs of battle at the base of the mountain. They saw many dead left where they fell, clearly conflicts between Burdrith's group and the mountain clans themselves. Lael also saw sort of a confirmed view of scouting parties that move through stone. And this is nothing new to you, but they inform you that these groups have just been fading into the stone. They can't quite inform you what they are doing in there, but they seem to be going in and coming out somewhat frequently in very small groups. They are looking for something. And you also learn that their leader appears to be a sort of tall, long-haired woman wearing an iron mask, who seems to command a very, very terrifying atmosphere. A lot of people seem to be not thrilled about their situation, but also not really fighting against it. So that's what Lael informs you. Ricard also says that during this time where you were away, he has been busy at his various projects, and Rami, the time you went with him and he got a little bit sidetracked by some of the minerals and ore that was found there, he did a little bit of a study, and he found that there is evidence of Shas crystals within the ore itself. And upon a quick prospective view, it has been discovered that there is a large source of Shas crystals just adjacent to the tunnel. Now, what this means, first of all, Sarik is very upset because it means his tunnel project is once again massively delayed. So he is likely stomping around at the tavern, very upset right now, but that's how it goes. It also means that Miniry has now got a lot of money because Shaz crystals are incredibly
We're rich.
valuable
Hell yeah.
to the kingdom. And although it is, the crown who is doing this excavation and is claiming the crystals, Miniry, being the local sort of place that discovered it, gets a nice cut of all of that value, and so the bounty off of it, Miniry now is a lot of income coming in, which pleases Lizella for about 3 seconds before she realizes this means that everybody's going to be making a whole bunch of demands and wanting all sorts of things, and now she's suddenly very terrified of what that could be.
You're telling me bringing Ricard as a distraction led to me gaining the information that they probably wanted from me in the beginning. Cool. Good job, Ricard. Love ya.
In addition, Feldo, your patron artist, did not seem particularly interested in this massive windfall of money that came your way. He has been kind of skulking away in the back of the tavern, has not been his usual vibrant, happy self. He has been quite upset and solitary, just drinking. It does not seem to be very happy right now. Soon enough, you hear back from Alzani. He informs you that some of Burdress's group did come to Kayor, and they did make a bit of a intimidation play at the local tavern where they made sure that their name was not being besmirched by anybody there. But apart from that, there was no other incident. It seems that the prisoner that you have, they think he's dead, and they don't seem to care if that is or is not the case anymore.
Good. That still worries me that it just takes one intelligent person to ask a question, but
Mm-hmm. And that's the main list of big important things that happen throughout this day, but I am glossing over what the rest of you are doing throughout this day. So please, what's going on with the rest of you?
I wake up.
Okay. Let's resolve Val first, because Val, you are understandably very confused because you have been out of it for a while through a pain and trauma-induced mini coma, but you're okay now. You awaken in the temple. You're being attended to by Shana, who, as your apprentice, has done a remarkably good job bringing you back and attending to your wounds. You are actually doing really well. Clearly, your prodigious ability has rubbed off on her. And you are also alongside Akamu, who knows a little bit of healing as well, the sort of town visitor and the person who is currently tutoring your daughter Hannah. You do recall kind of some of the visions that you saw at the Spring of Dreams, but you have no real reference point for anything that happened after that. And honestly, everything since you kind of met an ogre and things are going a bit bad for a second, and now you're here, is kind of what your journey was. But yeah, Hannah is sitting by your side. It seems that she was spending the night next to you. She's got a bunch of blankets kind of like nestled up next to you, and she's just like quietly snoring away by your side.
I'll kind of tentatively wake her up, or see if she will wake up. If she is too out of it, I will just kind of pick her up and carry her back to the house. Mm-hmm. And like tuck her in and everything. It seems
that she's quite tuckered out. You get the impression that maybe she was up worrying for a while, unfortunately. But right now she's completely out, snoozing away. So you can just gently take her back to her room if you would like.
Yeah, so I will ask Shanna to go round up the rest of the action committee, because I don't know what happened. I'm just like, okay, we're back. Obviously, things went south very quickly, so I would like to be filled in.
Yeah, and she even tells you that she got very little information because it was very late at night. There were a lot of heightened emotions, and also she had to get busy healing and not asking questions at the time. You kind of settle down, you make yourself a nice hot beverage, and you try to sort of just relax. You look at your wounds and your bandages, and everything seems good. You kind of double check them just to make sure and it's all good. And soon the rest of you are assembled in Val's home fairly early in the morning at this point.
Couldn't have just waited a couple hours? I mean, it's 4, 5. It's sunrise. I mean, it's not that early?
You
Oh
all
my
went to
God.
bed in the morning last night.
Val,
Except for Val, because she was unconscious.
She's
what
not-
if we just take a nap and then we do whatever this is?
When did we get back? What happened? I just remember that we were fighting the ogre and then it went black. What?
You didn't have anything?
I mean, I
From the
remember
pool?
some like weird. There were some dreams, maybe.
Yeah, they were just dreams.
Well, they were visions.
Ah.
Yes.
But so you had them too?
We all
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
It seemed like we were in the Fountain of Nightmares or the Fountain of Dreams. One of those two.
I think both. I don't know. Mine was
Yeah.
a little bit more nightmarish, but I don't know what your experience was.
Probably verging more towards nightmare. So all of that actually happened,
Uh-huh.
and I'm guessing that you all woke up, but I did not.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Really hurt.
I'm glad you're not, comatose anymore.
Dead?
Dead
Well,
too.
I don't think you were ever dead. It's a lot harder to bring someone back to. I don't think people can bring people back to life. You would just be dead.
Ooh, actually, Val, why don't you make a religious lore test? Just, if you want.
Or wait, did we all die? There was that moment where we were all like, "Hey, I feel dead."
It's a 14, not super great. I'm actually gonna use conviction.
Okay,
I wanna
Please
re-roll
do.
one of the- Oh,
Oh,
okay.
nice.
So that's
so that's a 19 now.
Yes.
There's a lot of hazy stuff, but one thing that sticks out in your mind is that you were definitely floating down some kind of ethereal river off to wherever souls go when they die, and then you were very quickly yanked away to a very horrible place before something stopped you going to that place, and that's when the rest of your companions woke up, whereas you remained unconscious.
Dang, so we did
So-
actually die.
I think. I don't know about the rest of you, but there's a difference between completely dead and partially dead, and we were definitely on our way to completely dead.
That's fair. Too bad
What
the
did-
ogre didn't stay dead.
What? You want to die?
Too bad the ogre didn't stay dead.
Oh, the ogre. That's
The ogre, yeah.
that's fair.
So the ogre also regained consciousness with the rest of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't see their memories though, I don't think.
Okay. What would you say that did how do I phrase this? You're not exactly I don't think that most of you are very religious. Did it feel
Bad?
miraculous in a way?
No. It felt bad.
Okay.
Did I feel something felt like very saloonish. I think was there Selenish? Was there a Selenish thing about it? I
That's
wasn't.
down to your interpretation. Welcome to the afterlife.
Look, we all sort of died. We could sit here and ponder what that means and what death looks like, but honestly, we're not going to get any closer than any other philosopher on that. Or
Fair.
religious person. Everyone.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's fine. Remy's just being like pessimistic.
It's fair to say that at this point, you're all still quite exhausted, and also still kind of hurt. And Val, you can start to see, like, oh, your companions aren't really okay. Maybe it is.
Okay, I will try to suss this out myself while you guys sleep.
You're just gonna sit here and ponder death. That sounds healthy, Val.
You've never just sat and thought about mortality or how time functions or...
God, no. I have way too much things going on. Do you think I'm just gonna sit here and ponder what it's gonna be like when it's all over? Yeah, there's like 5,000 other things happening first. I have to just deal with them. Not everyone gets to just go, oh, I wonder what death is like.
Well, it's not necessarily that, but like... I mean, I guess this is part of my job, but I don't know. Just...
Sorry, I'm being mean. I don't know if I'm being mean. That was mean.
We've had really long nights.
I think, yeah,
It's okay.
we've just all been through a lot in the past couple days, honestly. So, let's.
Hey.
But glad to see you up. And
Yeah.
I don't know if that's all. Maybe we can talk some other time.
One thing, I told Micah and Blue this, and don't let it get out. Though I was wrong. I was wrong about my visions not being better. They still hurt. I still get headaches. I had one today and it was terrible.
Oh.
I'm gonna lie.
Okay.
Can I make an insight check?
You can make an intelligence healing test on this.
An intelligence what?
Healing test.
Oh, healing.
Let's see, what did I get? I got
19, 5 stunt.
20.
Ah, God.
Woo!
I mean, conviction if you want it.
I just need one more.
I can use conviction too.
Oh.
Okay, we are even now.
I got a 5.
Ah! She's just one ahead of me.
Oh my god, I love it.
There are stunts in the mix. If you would like
That's
to use
true.
those 5 stunt points.
That's true.
Yes, hold on, because I just
Well.
ran out of conviction.
To be fair, this isn't her trying to be sneaky. This is out of fear. Like, this is a bad thing to get out.
Okay.
But to an extent, you saw and had a basic understanding that somebody messed with Rami at a young age. So we'll see. Do your stunt first, and we'll see where that makes things lie.
I'm just
We
wondering
never saw
what
her
would
actually
be...
destroy the thing, did we?
Yeah.
No,
Correct.
but I told Blue and Micah afterwards, hey, I'm better. And now Rami's like, shit. I should not have said that to anyone ever. That's
Not sure what Blue is.
Mm,
Like, you just lied to her for no reason. So it's your trustworthiness is like slowly declining in Blue's eyes.
Blue, by the way, looks very adorable
fair.
because you got a big old bandage around your wing.
That's completely fair. I did have a reason though, and it goes back to the same reason. I do have a reason, I promise.
We haven't talked about that reason, so he doesn't know.
So what are you doing, Val?
honestly, there's not
Nothing.
much stunt-wise that...
Knock her prone. Knock her.
Just
Okay, yeah. You
Yeah.
can still think about it if you want, but it seems for now, you
I'm
recall
gonna
sort of.
say that, she may have persuaded me to not push the subject, but I do not believe her.
Yeah, that seems understandable.
Okay.
As it was very close. Cool. All right, so where are you gonna go from here, everybody? You gonna part? You gonna talk? more?
Everyone else is gonna go take a nap, and I am going to figure out what the price for this miracle is going to be.
Nice. Okay. Let's start with Blue. Time is a bit nebulous at this point, so you can hear as much or as little of the day's events as you would like. What's going on with you, Blue? What are you devoting your time to today?
After, getting a good amount of rest,
Mhm.
I think Blue would be unsure of what to do. He could kind of just try and process throughout the day, like all of the different things that are happening, shadow demons, secret past that he's learned about, Birdrith, person, animal murderer, just trying to like figure out where he is in all of this and what should his next move be.
It's Blue taking a mental health day.
Mental health day is a great way to put it.
Love it. Well, you're nestling in your sort of beautiful shaped tree home that you've created for yourself and Tessic, and now for many other animals that just now roost there. And while you're kind of sitting here contemplating things, you are quickly joined by Penny, the special ops squirrel, who comes to you and informs you about the situation of no more spooky shadow fiends have been spotted yet. But he does say to you, if you want, we can go and send a detachment to investigate. We can see what they're doing. From where we are, we only have eyes on the top of the peak and on the clouds themselves.
Do you think you would be prepared for that if you sent some up there? There's a lot of them. I cannot stress how many there are. There's like 20 or so, and I don't want any of you to get hurt.
My people are masters of reconnaissance, sir. If you think there is danger, we can pull back and remain sentry.
If you believe in your, people, then I'm not sure. I don't think we really need to know exactly what they're doing. We could just assume they're sitting there. It didn't seem like much to do up there anyway.
By your command, sir. I'll send the Sparrow Squadron over for another few aerial looks at things. Otherwise, we'll remain on guard.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Sir. And he leaves. And Tessa just kind of like lazily looks up from where he's sleeping and goes, that guy's intense. Ooh. And he just goes straight back to sleep again.
He has a nice energy. I like it.
All right. What's going on with you, Micah?
She's probably gonna go hang out with Sarik, who's probably like really butthurt about this whole construction thing.
Yeah, the second you hear the news, you know that, oh no, Sarik's gonna be so upset. So you quickly hurry over to the tavern, and you see that he is there. There's a couple other people as well, but he is just loudly, drunkenly complaining to any who will hear. And some people are just like, oh, that's sad. How we're now getting a bunch of money in the town. And he's like, nobody gets it. Nobody understands. Oh, the schedule's been pushed back so far. We found so many things. What else are we going to find in that damn tunnel? When will it end? And he seems a bit upset.
I think this ties in a little bit with the specialization, but it's kind of, but at this point, like, Micah's just like, how do I get him to distract? How do I distract him? And I'm just like, hey, why don't you show me some cool shaping techniques and things like that, and we'll have like a mini shape off. I don't want you to get rusty while you're sitting on your butt, waiting for this tunnel to clear out.
He kind of looks at you, and it takes a while for him to sort of focus on your eyes, and he says, I am quite drunk right now, but that sounds like an excellent idea. Let's do this. And he like staggers up, and he kind of like wobbles for a bit, and sort of grabs onto you. You just remain as hard as stone. And he says, yes, a shape off. Oh, I need to do something to distract my mind from all this. Do you know how many people are riding me right now? I won't get into it. Let's go. And you kind of like go outside. Do you take him anywhere in particular?
Is there a good place that's just like not in the center of town? Because this might get a little messy.
I mean, yeah, you're surrounded by wilds. You could also go to a nice sort of cliff that overlooks the bay as well. That's kind of outside of town, but it also has like a nice view and it's fairly solitary.
Sure, that sounds lovely.
Okay. So yeah, you take him out there, and he kind of like drifts into the complaints that he has about all this, and he's like, Shas crystals. Why did it have to be Shas crystals? Of all things on this planet, it could have been. Anyway, I'm sorry, Micah. I do not mean to drag you down with my problems, but
Michael,
it is a curse. I am a cursed man.
You're not cursed.
I am a cursed man. Everything I do becomes 1,000 more problems.
That's just the nature of construction and things like that. It's okay. It's not. You know, there's no one personally trying to curse you. I don't think. Although we have been experiencing a lot of hiccups in the road recently, so maybe you are cursed.
Great. Glad we're here. Glad we're doing this. And he says, why don't you make something so I can smash it? Because that's what I really feel like right now.
Oh, okay. I'll make like a I don't know, man. What is a really annoying distraction for him?
Rammy.
Rami? Is Rami? I'll make a little statue of Rami. I'm like, here.
You make a very good sort of duplication of Ramway, and he goes, I might have beat up your friend. What's going on here?
Well, I don't know. Like, I thought you said that she was distracting and things like that. No?
She is a fascinating, very wily one. In terms of distractions, though, I have much, much greater problems than some town gossip.
Fair enough. And I guess as like we're talking and shaping and like smashing things, I do mention just like so.
Oh!
4. Oh, okay. Oh.
Just a rain of stones and pebbles.
Okay, well, alright. Well, hopefully that cow will get up soon.
It was a stone cow. It was a stone cow. It's
It was a
fine.
stone cow. It's
Oh,
okay.
dear.
It's okay. So I will mention just like so. I was wondering if you knew anything a little more soul shaping, because well, I saw an ogre and then I did an earthquake, and that was kind of a mistake. So
Hold on.
yeah.
Hold on. I'm going to have to stop you there.
Okay.
So, as far as I understand, you've met an ogre before, and you punched it so hard that it launched into the sky, or something along those lines.
Well,
And then you meet a second ogre, and you decide to just really go in the complete other direction. An earthquake?
yeah.
It didn't work, clearly, obviously.
What do you mean it didn't work?
Well, because if you cause an earthquake, then and he kind of like reassesses the fact that your armor is completely dented and dinged in, and you got a bunch of bandages over you as well. And he goes, "Micah, did you cause an earthquake?"
Yeah. So I was wondering if you knew any, better shaping techniques that isn't,
Gods above, I wish you were on my team. Not for earthquakes, for your very
Oh.
skillful earth shaping. Just to be clear.
Well, that's the point, though. I want to do shaping, but not do earthquakes.
Yes. I can understand this. As somebody who built structures for a living, I can understand this a lot. That is very impressive, though. My goodness, they really teach you well in that kingdom of yours.
Well, sure. Okay, we can say that.
Okay. Just, you're not going to do any more of those, like, in the town or in the mountains, where the mountains can then fall on the town or anything like that.
I will
Or out
try
of the
my
sea.
best not to.
That will then cause a tsunami that kills us all. You won't be doing any of that anytime soon.
I will try my best not to.
Well, that's the best. I'm gonna take it during these times. I'm gonna take what I can get. Yes, I can show you a few more, shall we say, subtle arts that apply finesse a little bit more. If you really are as skilled as you say, and I absolutely believe that you are, then I think you will be able to learn some techniques I can show you very quickly.
Sounds great. Cool.
All right. And then he proceeds to take the next few hours training with Sarik. He teaches you the art of, I don't really know what it's called, but sort of extensive stone shaping. And now you can create blades of metal and diamond or rock, basically whenever you want.
Minecraft.
Sort of enhance. Sorry, what?
Minecraft this.
You can now Minecraft whatever you would like. Excellent. He does say, kind of like during this training that you're doing, he does say, "So what's going on with you, Micah? How's that little romance of yours going?
What romance? There's no romance. What are you talking about?
How
You're
is that
such a drunk.
fledgling little crush of yours
No,
going?"
I don't know what you're talking about. You should not
You
read
have turned
papers. Papers
bright
are just
red.
bad. Papers are just silly.
See,
You
when
didn't
you
put it in the paper.
when you complain about papers, that's when I know we're getting close to something.
Oh no, wait. I messed
What's
up.
what's wrong? Is it going bad?
It's just not going. I'm a little confused, I guess. I don't really know the whole surface dweller customs and things like
Have you
that.
been following my advice?
No. I know enough not to follow your advice, Suri.
Well, I take exception to that. I had one person punch me in the face. The rest, all my other
It doesn't really
exploits
set
have
up a
gone very
good
well.
precedent, so does it?
All right, Earthquake Maker.
Hey, that was low.
Sorry, I'm in a bad
Even
mood.
for an
That was
Earthshaper, that was
unkind of me.
low.
I know. I'm very sorry. But still, what's going on? Do you need help? Do you need to back away from the situation? What's going on? Come on, you can talk to me.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she likes or hates me. Because, like, even at one point, her daughter just mentioned that I should tackle her more often and get into fights. So maybe that means that she wants to fight more often and she wants to punch me and stuff.
He just grabs the bridge of his nose extra hard and looks down and he goes, "Oh, Mikey, you sweet and naive fool. Oh, I love you so much. Right, here's the thing. If somebody says that to you, it means they probably like you a lot.
They like me so much that they want to fight me?
Yes!
That makes no sense!
An intense, intimate physical exchange, yes!
That doesn't make any sense!
Look, us surfaces are all filled with contradictions. It's just our way.
She threw a barrel at me!
Oh, she threw a barrel at you.
What does that mean?
Okay, I admit that's not what I've heard before, but it sounds pretty cool.
I was offended. Excuse me.
Ah, I see. See, I think you are taking a unique way of expressing romance as a physical affront to you. And maybe this is where some of the difficulty is stemming from.
I don't know. Do you throw barrels at your new boyfriends and things like that?
Oh no, I drink them under the barrel, my friend.
I see. A lot of the surface courtmanship has to do with barrels.
We're such a barrel-centric people.
Barrel-centric people. I will keep this in mind, thank you.
Alright. Just listen, if what is going on doesn't work out for you, just try something you would like. And if what you would like is to tackle her more than hey, heck, everybody wins.
Okay then, sounds good.
Alright. Now throw up that sword, let me see what you got.
Okay. And then we cut to someone else.
Yes, you proceed to spend some time with Sarik. You clearly take his mind off of things, and he really clearly appreciates it. And he appreciates having a friend like you there to be there for him. So go ahead and take a point of conviction.
Aww. That's so cute!
Sarik's the best.
Let's jump over to Rami.
Okay, Rami's having a lot of things going on. The interesting thing about playing Rami is a lot of times I'm having internal conversations with myself while everything else is happening around. So, there's been a lot of that from last session that she's still going over.
Mm-hmm.
And, she's pretty confused. I think that something she wants to do is she wants to find out about Izzo, and I think that she probably would have been like, they would have trained her when she was younger to see if she had any skills and any other kind of vision stuff, saw that she moved past it. So she's gonna try to remember how to do that and attempt to scry on Izzo.
Okay. Let me bring up the familiarity chart, because this is somebody you grew up with. Have you not seen it for some time? So let's see.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close to 10 years at this point.
Yeah. It looks like... Honestly, it looks like it doesn't actually matter how long it's been.
That's great. First off, I think she has magic too, because she was one of the elf people. So I need to put on a disguise because you can see the visual form of them. So I'm gonna grab some cloth, cut out eye holes, and throw it over me. So anyone who catches I'm watching them just sees a weird cloth ghost.
Well, during a scry, they would not see you, but it is possible.
Can they? I thought I totally
they can
read
sense somebody spying on them, but not like your face looking at.
Okay. I thought it was...
No,
those with arcane talent see a glowing or shadowy image of you. That's why I'm gonna have a giant cloth bag over me, so they just see a glowing and shadowy image of a cloth ghost.
Alright, so you can make this test with a +2 to the target number. So it's gonna be a little bit harder, but not by a whole lot.
So then I just add 2? How does this work?
2 to the difficulty, so let's see.
Okay, so I don't know how to add 2 to the difficulty, so just take 2 away from that?
Yeah, you needed a 13, and you got a 14. Nice work.
But I didn't know how to add the +2, so I didn't do that.
Well, no, yeah, I'm just, yeah,
Okay.
just because the target number was increased by 2. Okay, so yeah, you begin exploring the sort of potential of your divinatory powers, which you learned very recently are actually quite exceptional and have always been jealously blocked by a very, very bad woman back in Kern. You extend your mind and you focus on your sort of the person you grew up with, your sister by all rights, and you look, getting any kind of sense of where she is and what she is doing right now. What's going through Rami's mind as she is sort of reaching out?
I really want to know that she's okay. I hope that she's happy.
Okay. You quickly see that Isolde is kind of traveling on a road. She is wearing some very heavy robes, has the hood pulled up, is traveling in quite a large-ish group as well. There are some other people. You faintly recognize some members of kind of like some sovereign soldiers, and then there are some other faces you don't quite recognize. There's a few people up on horses ahead and behind, and she's just walking along this road. She seems healthy as far as you can tell, but otherwise there's not a whole lot to really go on. Is there anything you kind of look to or for clues?
Yeah, well, I guess it's been years. Just what happened to her, what she's doing. She's just walking right now with a bunch of... Does she look like she's one of them? Is she a prisoner?
It looks like they are traveling as a group.
Okay. Interesting.
And I believe that she gets an opportunity to see if there is someone scrying on her, correct?
Yes.
Does she need to roll equal to what you just rolled or higher?
Let me go read it again.
No worries.
This is a new one.
Yeah. This is very much Rami getting not reaccustomed, but like learning for the first time what her capabilities are.
Okay, let's see. A subject observed via scrying is considered present in terms of familiarity, but not in your actual line of sight. Scrying creates an arcane disturbance, which creatures with intelligence of 1 or greater can sense. Any such creature under observation can make a perception or second sight test, opposed by your scrying test to determine your surveillance. Creatures with no arcane abilities get the intense feeling of being watched. Those with it can see a shadowy cloth monster.
Got it.
In this case.
All right. So yeah, you kind of like spend some time looking at her, and there's a sort of freeness in your ability to see directly around her. So you kind of like take it in from different angles. You get an opportunity to look at her eyes. And I don't know if that's still difficult for you or not, because the last thing you saw was her eyes looking at you desperately. But there's sort of a determination there. No real worry as far as you can tell in your brief look. But then there is a slight twitch as she looks to one side, and she kind of like cocks her head back slightly, and you get the feeling that she is sensing some kind of disturbance.
Cool. I wave and leave.
A freaky shadow thing just and disappears.
Yep.
And now that you've seen her, basically you can cast Arcana at her any time now, because
That's
while
creepy.
while you are scrying on somebody, it is effectively as though they are there, so you can just explode them with flames if you'd like to, if you had the ability.
I would, even if I did, I don't think I would want to do that to my sister.
Just as an example.
Also, can I try to scry on Bates and make sure he's okay? I'm kind of worried about him. He seems to not be doing good in every conversation I've had with him.
Yeah. Go ahead. This will be another, the same roll, and again, +2 to the TN, so I'll just keep that in mind. So you're trying to beat a 13.
Okay, let's cast the spell.
Is it fatiguing, by the way?
It probably is. I don't know. I haven't done anything with fatigue before, like real fatigue.
So just roll 2 self-discipline willpower tests.
Okay, so you roll Okay.
Okay, and you got a 14. All right.
Nice.
It is difficult to kind of get a bead on Bates. There is some sort of weirdness that is preventing you from really getting too close, but then you find just a surreptitious hole in this defense, and you launch yourself through it, and you feel your sort of mind and presence just cascade cascading across all this. And you don't necessarily know where you are, but you can see that Bates is in a very dark room. And there is a single candle on a desk, and he is just furiously scribbling and writing.
Can I see what he's writing?
Yeah, you can kind of like get up closer and look, and this will be when he gets to use his thing to see if he notices you. Okay. You do not seem to give yourself away as you gently kind of look at what this man is scribbling, and you get close, and it's basically a letter that is addressed to somebody you're very familiar with. It's I forget his name, but the person,
Irving.
the child that came in, Irving. It is a letter to Irving that is effectively saying, get out and don't stop running. Use what I've taught you and get yourself safe.
Does it say where Irving is?
It doesn't say no.
Shit. Oh, dang. I've seen that little kid grow up. I don't want him to be in danger. Around the room, is it like it's just a dark room? Is there doors? What is it? The situation?
The room is completely black apart from that one candle. You assume it's in a basement somewhere.
He's in a creepy basement. So he's definitely not wherever I last saw him, which was, I think it was, I don't remember the name, but Irving, Bates, and I hung out in the other country that was the matriarchal one.
Latia.
Latia. We hung out in Latia in a while, so it's definitely not the house in Latia.
Yeah, you can actually tell it isn't because, well, I don't know if I go that far. I think from your basic knowledge of things, you can see kind of like the wood, the candlestick stand, the quill he's using, the clothes he's wearing. You do not think Bates is in Latia. You think he is somewhere in Aldous, if you would guess.
And he lied to me and said he wasn't in Aldous last time. Okay. Interesting. I'll just chill here for a while and see if anything else interesting happens.
Okay. It takes a bit. He is clearly kind of like quite furiously trying to get this thing done. You can see that he like there's a spot of ink that spills onto the paper, and he just kind of like swears under his breath, sort of like tries to wipe it off and dry it off. He is clearly not. He does not have the time to write a new letter or to make it look nice. And he's very quickly waving it in the air.
Why doesn't he just psychic contact Irving?
That's a very good question.
Oh, this is so weird. This is so weird. Ah. Okay. I guess.
And then you can see he's drying off the ink. He's quickly getting a wax seal on it, and he's just kind of hurriedly picking it up. And then he just kind of like stops for a second, and he looks towards the presence that you have in this room, and he looks mortified.
It is just a creepy cold monster. I do another wave, but this is a sheepish wave, like, and then I vanish. I have so many more questions. I think I failed both of the fatigue tests.
Okay, so you're going to take a bit of fatigue, but it is enough throughout the day for you to recover from that as well. So,
you know, I think I'm gonna talk to Val. I feel like this is gonna happen anyway, so I might as well do it on my own turf.
All right. So as you're making your way to Val, let's jump over to Val very quickly. Val, you are throughout the day, like Hannah comes down and she's just like, "Mom."
Hey.
And she just runs over, slams into your side, and starts hugging you very, very tightly. And she says, "Oh, I was really worried about you. Are you okay?"
I'm okay. This mission was maybe a little more dangerous than what we thought. And I do need to talk to you about some things that have been happening.
What do you mean?
So there's some very dangerous things that could happen. And I just want you to be prepared. There's nothing to worry about right now. I don't want you to be scared. You're a very brave girl. But there's bandits in the mountains. who might be causing some problems, and there's some other things. And those threats could come to Miniry. So we're going to make a plan in case something bad happens. I have packed some bags. They all have food.
Wait, no. We can't leave again.
If we leave, then we're leaving with everyone else. If it comes to the point that we have to leave Miniry, it's because everyone else is leaving too.
What's going on?
There's some very big things happening. And you've lived a very good life so far. You haven't seen a lot of the things that I saw growing up. But there are some bad people in the world, and they will do bad things. And
She takes a step away from you at this point.
if they come here, then we may have to run.
I thought you died. I don't know what to do if you're gonna die.
If I die, then Ricard and Esmira and Shanna and all of our family here are going
No.
to take care of you, and you will always be loved, and I will always be with you.
Why are you talking like this? I can't lose you, Mom. We've
You're
been
never
across
going
the entire country together, and we've always been by each other's sides, and I've always tried to be there for you. You've always been there for me, but I don't even know who my dad is. And now you're saying you might not be around soon too?
I'm not saying that I'm not going to be around. I'm saying that we may have to leave. We're not going to be separated.
Promise me.
I promise. I love you so much.
I love you too.
I just want you to be ready in case something happens. You know, just be on your toes a little bit, and I'm gonna teach you some things about how to find food, and how to make sure that water is okay to drink, and how to set up shelter and everything like that. It's just like when we were moving before, but if we go over this stuff again, then we can help everyone else who would be moving with us.
Okay. I'm ready.
You're my brave, brave girl, and I love you so much, and I'm gonna just hug her.
She kind of like sniffles very loudly, and so just buries her head into your side.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you can't know your father. I'm sorry you don't have a dad. And you're growing up now, and I know that you're going to ask me about him because you want to know, and you want to know why you're here and why all of this has happened. And I will tell you, but I can't tell you yet.
I don't understand.
Do you trust me?
Of course I trust you.
You will understand. I hope that you understand. One day. I know you don't understand a lot of what's going on right now, and that's okay. I know that you're scared, 'Cause I am also scared. But you can't be brave if you're not scared.
I'll be brave.
Okay.
Rami, this is when you burst in.
I think that I wouldn't burst, and then I think that Rami has enough tact to see something's happening. Slowly shut the door. Wait outside.
Do we hear just like the slow creak?
Yes, you do.
Hey, Val.
Okay.
Nope.
You've been needing to fix that squeak on the door for so long, but it's always been
yeah.
bottom of the list.
Okay.
You know what? Maybe I'm working on that because I was handling those cabinets, just like trying to make this less awkward. Oh, I'll just fix the squeaky door, I guess.
Val getting conviction, by the way.
I actually, my nose is really runny right now. 1 second. I need
No.
a tissue.
No.
Val goes
That
off
was
to grab
so
a
good.
tissue.
That was so good. I just like fixing it. Hey, Hannah, I'm just gonna fix this door. It's
Does
Really
Rami know how to
squeaky.
fix cabinets?
yes, she had a whole thing where she practiced thieving by opening up people Yuri's cabinets and re-putting them in.
Ah, I see.
Ooh. Oh, God
Call
damn it.
back.
Okay. Woo.
Alright.
All right.
I think I finished fixing the cabinet while Val gets herself, or the door while Val cleans herself.
Yep. I will go to the door and open it and just like, you know, can I help? You? What's up?
We can do this later, but do you want to end the little game we've been playing?
What little game?
What?
Yeah. The way we've been dancing around it, the way I've been lying, the way we've been going on and on and on. You push, I dodge around, I push against you, I gain information I want. You try to get some of your own, and I don't tell. Do you want to end this?
As in you just won't talk to me anymore?
No,
Or what?
Val. I mean, I'm done playing these games. Do you want to talk?
Yes. Come on in.
But I could also come back at a less awkward time.
Hannah's gone up to her room at this point to start packing things up.
Okay. I think Hannah needs some time to breathe right now. So if you would like to talk, this is fine. Would you like to talk on the porch or would you like to talk in the kitchen?
Let's go for a walk.
I will go upstairs real quick and just poke my head in on Hannah. Say, hey, Remy wants to talk to me about something, so we're gonna take a little walk. We're gonna be right back, okay?
Okay.
I give her a little kiss on the forehead.
She looks at you and she says, "Be safe."
I will. And I will go talk with Remy.
Okay. You exit out of Val's place. You head down the pathway, get a nice look over the bay. Miniry is looking very nice, very tranquil right now. There's no sense of the various tension factors that are kind of slowly seeping their way into this quiet little village that you have both found yourself in through twists of fate that neither of you could have ever predicted.
So, would you like to start, or do you want me to start?
Yeah, look, you know what? Like, the second option's good for me.
I guess... What do you want to know?
What do you feel comfortable telling?
I... don't know how much I can trust you.
That's valid. Maybe I should go first.
That might be best.
You probably aren't going to like what I'm going to say.
I haven't liked most of the things that have happened in my life, I must say. So really, this is just a pebble in the pond, probably.
Wow, I'm glad my life story is a pebble in your pond, Val.
Oh, snap.
I'm just saying.
Sorry.
You hear Micah's voice say, "Oh snap!" But you realize it's carrying across the bay, and she and Sarika doing something you can't even tell. She's like, "Oh snap!"
Maybe I should walk more this way.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm very used to redirecting the conversation away from where I wanted. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
You know Hole, that terrifying little thing that just flies around and gets information?
Yes.
I don't want to become that. I've been thinking a lot, and I'm very and that's what they want from me. That's exactly who they want me to be, and I don't want to become that.
Who's they?
I don't want to say everything. It's not all mine to say. I don't hate them. I'm not completely disillusioned in what they're doing. I still think they're trying for the best. I just don't think it's what I want anymore.
So, let's just lay out some basic facts from what I still remember from the visions. You are from Kern.
Yes,
You
I
were
am.
born and raised in Kern.
Until I was about 4 or 5.
You had prodigious magical ability. And
Apparently.
someone blocked that, and that is the source of your migraine headaches.
Yep. I'm telling you this because you're not going to let up. The others will. The lady who blocked them is one of the Shadow Lords of Kern.
I stop, I put my hand on her shoulder, and I'm just like, are you safe?
Not exactly. That's why I don't want anyone to know that they're not happening anymore. There is always a chance that I'll get thrown back to Kern. And that fate is even worse than I thought it was.
I understand that. So, this Shadow Lord cursed you.
Yep.
And you were raised by...
Someone else, somewhere else. I thought it was saving me. I thought it was helping out a young girl who needed help, and they were giving me a place where I could be someone else. And I could have something of my own, but if it's true that I'm supposed to be great at divination, then it wasn't just helping out a kid who needed help. It was gaining a tool, a really useful tool. I don't know how much they know. It could have still been an act of kindness, an act of someone giving me a shot, but there's an equal amount of chance that this was just them gaining something, and I don't know what it is, and I don't know how I feel because of that.
So, you are a spy.
Yes. Not for Jarzon. Not for Kern. But I am a spy.
And what is this person's goal that is so counter to what you want now?
It's not exactly counter to what I want. I just don't want to become whole. I'm a very selfish person.
You can
And
keep telling yourself that, but...
I didn't ask for you to get all like self-analysis-y. If I want to be mean to myself, I'm gonna be mean to myself, Val.
You shouldn't. But okay. You may continue.
The thing is, I don't completely disagree with their goal. They're trying to make the world a better place. I have... Since I was about 4, I've been trying to achieve that too. I've been giving everything for that one purpose. And I do think that if this person had a shot, they would make the world better. There's other things that I want to see happen as well. And I don't know if it's worth sacrificing the rest of my life for. Not when I keep losing people, not when people keep getting thrown away, not when I could be thrown away at any moment, any second if I screw up. I've never had anything of my own. Everything is whoever I'm playing. All the stuff that's Rami's, it's not mine. I won't keep it in the end. None of my friends, none of these relationships, no, nothing is mine. Nothing has ever been mine. I have nothing of my own. And it would be nice to not even have a lot, but just, one or two things. So that I don't forget completely who I am. That I don't end up like that terrifying nature spirit, because fucking scary, Val. That's fucking scary. It's not funny.
So all that you've given them, they've given you nothing other than pain.
No, I'm not in Kern anymore. That is a much better fate. I am so far away from Kern. I've had family. I've kept some of it. I'm safe, more or less.
Do you feel safe?
No.
Then you're not safe. Did they... I don't want to presume too much on your relationship with these people. I don't know how your leader wants to change the world.
I've never actually gotten, a statement of what the world's gonna look like after, actually, now that I think about it. It's kind of vague. It's just, it's gonna be better.
I mean, anyone can say that.
Yeah.
The Exarchs say that.
Yeah? No, they don't. Wait, do they? No, I don't think they do. What the hell, Val? You want to talk about something?
Let's table that for right now. All right, we'll come back to that. What I'm getting at here is that you care an awful lot about these people, but they have not given you safety or security or a chance to be your own person, and that is criminal.
I mean, no, the laws in Kern are weird. I'm not exactly sure anything that happened to me was illegal.
It's... whether or not it's illegal, it's immoral.
Val, I understand that, your whole thing is right and wrong and wrong and right, but it happened, and it is, and there was a lot of good that came from it. I'm in a lot better place. I would be dead if I was in Kern. And I cannot take that away from them. The fact that they saved me, I cannot take that away.
I'm not saying that you should. I'm saying that you also need to recognize that they're not doing everything that they can to have you be in a supportive or loving environment.
Yeah, but that's not an essential. That is a luxury that few get.
It should be essential. You're worth... You should be in a safe and loving environment where you feel that you are free to be whoever you want to be. Just because these people gave you food and shelter and a place far away from the troubles of your youth or your family doesn't make them good, necessarily. It means that they gave you something and you're grateful for that, but if they're doing bad things and ultimately it's bad for you, then you can't owe them anything.
Shit. That's the thing, though. It's not something I can exactly get out of, even if I would want to. So, it's much easier to just like it.
Then we'll figure it out.
No, I'm not dragging anyone else into this. It's mine, okay?
I've found that thinking like that only leads to more pain and suffering. Whether you like it or not, you're not alone anymore.
I've lied Honestly, you don't even know who I am. You know nothing about me. Why would you want to help me?
Why would you want to help me?
That's not my question. Because I like you. You're nice. You've been nice to me. You're doing a good job with Hannah, and it's interesting to see how parenting's supposed to be. That's a unique experience.
I want to help you because you're my friend.
No, I'm not. Ramius. You know nothing about me.
I do now. And Rami is... Something from Rami must have come from you.
Actually, I kind of stole her from another person. She's someone else entirely. It's his own issue, actually.
Well,
It's my friend, sort of ex, kind of friend, Jules.
Oh, the one who thinks you're Fiona?
No, that's a lie. But he might be coming here. So this is why you don't be friends with me, because I will sell you out the second it gets too hard for me. That's...
As if on cue,
Oh, no.
while you're both having this discussion, you can see that there are various villagers going about their day. You notice that the sort of main thoroughfare that comes into the village, there is a small group of new visitors that are coming to town. A couple of them astride on some horses, sort of followed by a smaller group behind them. Rami, it takes you no time to recognize Jules. Mounted, coming into town after a long journey, but the realization comes to you that the group you saw traveling on the road
No.
was this group. Which means that not only is Jules here, but Isolde is as well.
So, I'm gonna go camp. I'm gonna go camp right now. Goodbye, Val. You still owe me your story? Actually, but we can do that later. I have to go camp.
Is this about the thing?
This is about many things. This is so many things right at once. This is two separate things and two separate people that I have been all at once showing up while I'm someone else completely. These are three things combining into this one thing that I currently am.
You see that a concerned villager comes up to where you both are, sort of in this private area, and kind of goes, "Is everything all right? I heard screaming."
Everything's okay. Rami's just
My
a little...
toe. Ow,
Oh,
it
I'm so. Is there
hurts.
anything I could do to help?
Do you have a tent?
No.
Then you're no use to me.
Oh, I see. And he just slowly slinks away.
Boy, that's really sad.
People's
Listen.
feelings.
This... You
So
don't want to
sad.
see these people, and I don't understand what's going on.
Walk and talk about walk and talk.
Okay,
They're
we're
like
walking and
dragging
talking.
her into the-
I am actually dragging her back towards the temple.
No. People go to
But-
the temple when they visit. We are
I have
You saw
a
they were
tent,
going to the tavern.
Oh, you have a tent.
and I also have a daughter that I need to teach how to forage.
Let's all go camping.
We're going camping.
All right. Okay, so you quickly go and scramble to get those supplies that you need for doing this. Now, Rami, are you going to meet up with the lumberjack, or have you written that off at this point?
Lost 100 gold for nothing.
Okay, good to know. You both start getting ready. Rami, I'm sure you think this is taking too long. Val, you're making sure you've got everything that you need and that Hannah is prepared to go. Both of you gain conviction, by the way. As you're kind of going through all this, you hear the sound of galloping hooves outside the temple, and Alzana kind of like slings down from the saddle, and kind of like comes and he says, Val, emergency council meeting. Where are you?
I'm right here. What's up, kid?
Right now, super important. Don't know much more than else. Come on, get moving.
Okay.
Tell them I died.
Nope. And he just gets on his horse and goes to round up the rest of you.
I'll
So,
just... I will tell Rami. I'll tell them that you have a migraine.
Sure.
And so I pull out a map and I show it to her and Hannah. I put a little compass on the table. I'm just like, so this is a stable area. You should go here. I will meet you there after the council meeting.
Cool, kid. Are you ready to camp?
She kind of looks at you and goes, "You don't know how to camp."
Not at all. Do you?
Hannah knows basic orienteering.
I'll teach you.
Great. I already
She
lost
at
100
least
gold.
knows how to pitch a tent.
So, can't be any worse than trusting the child. Let's go camping. Squirt. I kind of ruffle her hair.
She looks very sort of annoyed by this, but she doesn't say anything. All right. So Blue and Micah, you are both also summoned to the council chambers immediately. Meanwhile, Rami, you surreptitiously make your way to a secluded area of Val's choosing while this is happening. So Val, Blue, and Micah, you enter the council chambers. The council is assembled there, as are a number of dignitaries that have appeared in town. You see from the people who walked in, there is 4 sort of soldier-looking types. They look a bit young, a bit green. They sort of remind you of the Miniry village watch a little bit. And you also see sort of a robed, cloaked woman there as well. And the 3 of you stumble in. Ozzy kind of appears at the last time. He's holding a baby seal in his arms, and he's like, "Well, this is better be important. I was in the middle of something."
Baby seal. That's adorable.
And you all kind of are sort of quickly seated around the council chambers.
I'm really quick, just want to make sure that none of these people look Jerzani, like there's no insignias,
They're wearing all this, they have blue roses all over their armor.
Oh, is this a spirit dancer?
Yes, you can tell.
Oh.
As these people are ushered in, one of them is kind of like talking to Esmira, and they are talking about the prisoner who they're here to take away, while the spirit dancer is here to talk about that other matter you had. So very quickly, Esmira kind of like directs the soldiers towards you, Micah, and says, "Micah, could you very quickly just instruct these people where they can find the prisoner that they'll be taking back to the south?"
Yeah, sure. And I'll lead the way. I'll be like, okay, let's go over there.
Okay. You could kind of like take them over to the barracks area, while they're like trying to strike up some conversation with you, and says, "So, did you have a big fight recently?" You can see this looking at your battered armor.
Yeah, it's with an ogre, and then an earthquake, kind of. Just day-to-day stuff. How about you? Or did you find anything interesting or on your way here? Hopefully your travels are okay. I don't know how to make soul talk. I'm sorry.
You see one of the guards goes, yeah, we had two ogres. It was very scary, but we chased it off. And one of them goes, don't tell out lies. No, our travel was fine. Thank you for asking. Hopefully we get a nice smooth trip on the way back as well.
Okay, good. Michael's totally gonna be like, how do you get 2 ogres?
You quickly go to the barracks. You can see, you enter, and Urza is actually sleeping here because she was gonna head out in the morning and she clearly has overslept. So you got this great big bear of a woman just sitting in one of these cots, just like bending it very extremely, but not quite breaking it, fortunately. And she is just snoring so loudly. There's a couple of guards who are just kind of standing over her like, do we tell her to go? Or is she gonna like attack us if we do something? What do we do? And then you come in and like, oh, Captain, what do we do about this person? Is she a new guard? What are we meant to do?
I'm just trying to like, okay, Urza, meet.
Urza's asleep.
Okay, well, yeah. So she's fine. She led us back here, and she's with me, and she's totally fine. And she'll head out soon after she wakes up, I think. Oh. Yes.
All right. Yes, Captain.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Okay. Here's, and I like show them. I was like, here's the prisoner. He's all yours. He doesn't bite, but you can like punch him out, and he kind of goes down pretty easy. So.
They kind of look at you a bit severely for a second there, and then they kind of look at each other and just like, good small town humor. And one of them pulls out this kind of crystalline rod that they have, and they say, don't worry, we don't expect any complications. And they just point it at this guy, and he just goes unconscious. And they say, right, let's get this over with. And they kind of like drag him out and are prepared to take this guy away.
Okay, sounds good. But I will ask, like, can I get one of those?
You can see that the person who uses it says, you really have to get training with this kind of thing. You could probably put a requisition order in, I'm sure.
Okay.
It'd probably come in handy if you got so many ogre attacks. And they're just like, yeah, I'm surprised we don't have some already, actually.
Okay, sounds good. And she's just like, hey, I don't have to punch an ogre and cast Earthquake every time I see one.
All right. So they immediately get on their way. They were simply traveling with everybody else. They do not seem like they are part of the group, so to speak. So you quickly make your way back to the council chambers. The rest of you had an opportunity to meet the spirit dancer, who is somewhat quiet, but is just sort of listening to the report that Esmira and the rest of you are giving about your first-hand experiences with the terrifying fiends who live on the peak very close to your town. And you're kind of going over, reiterating the experiences that you had, the evidence of the soul machine or whatever it was, what they said to you, what they did, and so on. And Micah, this is when you come back. And the spirit dancer says, okay, well, that's something in our favor. They aren't immediately trying to kill you, although it does mean that this situation is a little bit more complicated to deal with. And she kind of like sees you as you come in, Micah, and she says, how is this town's battle force should push come to shove? You can be honest.
Well, I'm probably the best one, and then after that it just goes downhill.
And she says, okay, so how good are you? Ozzy goes, want to tell her about the ogre?
The one I punched or the one that I cast Earthquake on?
He says, there's another one?
Oh, well, one of them's not exactly real, but yeah.
And his seal gets a bit agitated. He's like, oh, sorry, Tots.
Oh, I really should have pet it. He's so cute. Oh, I love baby seal, sorry. But I mean, we got outfitted with new armor, and I have been training them for a while. We're going to be pretty good at what are they called? Crimson beasts or something like that? The inside out human things.
Are you talking about chaos beasts? Do you have chaos beasts here?
No, I mean just in case.
That was left out of my report.
No, there's no chaos beasts here. But if there is, we'll be well prepared to take it on.
Okay, I like the preparedness. Nice work, very impressive.
Yeah, so...
And she says...
So, you know, kind of specialized, I guess.
Good. So, I've had a number of encounters with fiends like this. You could say it's a somewhat specialty of mine. And we are fortunate in that they are not trying to destroy your town right now. We are unfortunate in the fact that they want something, and they're probably not going to go anywhere anytime soon until they get what they want. So, we need to figure out how we're going to deal with that. I obviously have some methods I could use to try and deal with this situation, but if the numbers you are saying are accurate, then 20 is a lot, and we might have to, if we do want to take them out with force, we're going to have to wait for reinforcements. And I don't know if you've heard the news recently, but Aldous is stretched very thin right now.
Right.
And I'm afraid you are far from the most affected areas.
Could you perhaps bring us up to speed on what's going on in the wider country? We don't get a lot of news flow here.
Well, as far as I know, last time I heard, and again, this could be easily out of date by this time, but Jarzon was making a show of force. They were marching an army right up to our eastern borders, occupying the swamp outpost that we had there. All the meantime, Kern also appears to be mobilizing a force, and now there is just this very difficult convergence that has everybody on edge. Last I heard, nothing had really happened yet, but everybody's very nervous, and diplomacy is failing.
Has Jarzon made any demands?
Yeah, they want the Queen out of power. They want us to hold ourselves accountable for every bit of sorcery research that's ever gone on here, and that includes in the past. Let's just say they're not being very easy to work with. I feel sorry for whoever has to deal with the talks on those front lines. And then you have Kern, which just ruins everything. Just really stirs the pot.
Mhm.
You think they would have learned their lesson after last time?
My second question is it necessary to just to answer this threat of the Shadow Fiends with force?
Absolutely not. Like I said, I've met some like this before, and although they are not to be trusted, well, I haven't met them personally. Maybe that should be the next thing to do on my list. But as long as they are staying put and not, I don't know what happens if stealing your sheep in the night, or your people, then we have time to come up with a plan, time to figure out how you want to respond to this and what the best way to respond to it is going to be.
Honestly, just seem to want to go home.
Okay.
They just want to fulfill, god damn it, this name, my taxes demands of...
Okay. Oh, excellent. My Taxian Shadow Fiends are actually surprisingly easy to cut a deal with.
They seem very transactional, yes.
Yes. That's actually really good. That's some good news. It doesn't mean they're going to be, devouring your food stocks anytime soon, or raiding the village. Hopefully.
However, there are 3 Shadow Fiends of Wrath that have been possessing various people in the region.
She kind of goes still for a second and goes, "Oh, this was not in my report."
Wait, did no one tell them?
They just got here.
We
didn't
just got
know
here this
until
morning.
yesterday.
We haven't shared this.
Oh!
The entire council chamber goes, "What?"
Well,
I was unconscious. I didn't know what you guys had told
No,
me.
you're
or
great.
not.
well, no, that's fine. I mean, with everything going on, we kind of sort of forgot about it. But yeah, those are there too. So yeah.
So this spirit dancer kind of like paces a little bit back and forth, and she says, "Okay, probably gonna be staying here a while then." And she sort of doffs her cloak and sort of puts it on the table. And you can see that she is sort of dressed in these beautiful flowing silks and this incredible sort of dancer's outfit that it has sort of a mix with a sort of monastic order to it as well. She seems to carry no weapons. It's just got her fists and a couple of plimsolls on her feet, and that's about it. And she says, "Okay, so we have 2 distinct problems here. We have Fiends of Wrath. Do you know if they're together at all, or are they isolated? Because one of these are easy to deal with."
Isolated.
Okay.
Them are
However,
together, right?
the
Wait, what did you say? Gray?
Well, aren't 2 of them together?
Yes, they're in
Con-
close proximity, yeah.
Yeah,
The Exile and the Conqueror.
the Exile and the Conqueror together, ish. They're near each other at least.
and possibly working in tandem.
You hear Lizella goes, when did this happen? Was this yesterday? Did we learn about this yesterday?"
Pretty
This
much yesterday.
is yes.
Just the problems keep on stacking up. Soon you have all the money you need, and then more Shadow Fiends show up. And Assault kind of looks at it like, "Yeah, that sounds like a serious problem."
Oh no, too much money and
Oh,
not
no.
enough hands to hold it. Oh no.
Although actually at that point, Assault goes, "Wait, did you say too much money?"
No.
No, this is great. We can pacify the Shadow Fiends.
Yeah.
Choss crystals? That
We
sounds
have
like a
the
good idea.
resources.
You hear just a slight creak come from Lizella, just...
We could also, use it ourselves. This town could use a bit of upgrading and reinforcements and things like
If we
that.
budget it correctly, we could be able to satisfy both needs.
Esmira speaks up and she says, "Well, as it is right now, we don't even have an idea of how much of the resources we have discovered. It still hasn't even been tallied up yet, but we know that the windfall is significant."
I know Sarik's really mad about it because it's taking them a long time to do it, so it's quite a bit.
Isol goes, "Who's Sarik?"
But
Our engineer.
Excellent.
So it seems that this Shadow Fiend of Wrath is spearheading, or one of them, the Conqueror, is spearheading the bandit unification in the mountains.
I've heard there are bandit troubles in the north, but unification is new.
And that there is definitely sorcery involved, and that is where the one that we have been referring to as the exile comes in.
Goodness, you certainly don't. It's not boring up here, is it? Certainly got your
It's a
full
lot
plate of
action.
things.
Yeah.
I would prefer it to go back to boring. I desperately want it to go back to boring.
Very understandable. Well, I'm going to do my absolute best to try and make it that way. Don't you worry.
And the third one, what was the third one's deal?
The Avenger, that's Burdrith.
And
As Mira's like, that's Bertrand.
he seems to have it under control to a certain degree.
It seems like a very
Fitting one?
mutual benefit thing that he has
It's-
going on.
Yes,
with it.
like a
He doesn't
symbiotic.
like it though.
So
Okay.
he would be willing to cooperate with whatever methods you have to get this thing gone.
Well,
Probably.
we'll have to see about that. This is unusual. Usually, Shadow Fiends, if they are on this lovely world of ours for too long, they get sent back to where they are from. So we're either dealing with something very weak or very powerful, and I'm guessing the latter.
Or I'm gonna turn to Blue and just be like, should we tell her about the soul engine thing?
She already knows about the soul engine thing.
Oh, she knows
Yeah,
about the soul
yeah,
engine
that
thing.
was in our
Yeah.
first report.
Could this be related to the soul engine? If they are not being pulled back.
She kind of like takes a moment to think, and she says, honestly, I don't have any idea what this soul machine could be. It's completely new to me. I was sent here to get some more concrete information on that exact thing. So who knows?
So what are our options for dealing with this in a non-violent manner?
Well, those Fiends of Wrath, they're going to be a thorn in your side until somebody deals with them. Fortunately, that's where my specialty lies. If they are indeed possessing somebody, there are methods I can use to try and free them of that possession, but if they're too far gone, there's nothing I'll be able to do. As for the Mitaxian Fiends, well, if you've got the money to spare, that can be one potential way to get rid of them. Otherwise, I will need to take a closer look. In fact, I think I'll do that anyway. They'll talk to me.
Okay.
We
Do you want me to
may-
come with you? It's a bit of a hike.
I welcome the company.
I could
If you can
come
keep
with
up.
you as well.
I'm like looking at him, just like, you're a surface dweller.
Oh, this is so weird.
What?
This is so weird.
Meanwhile, Rami and Hannah just
And Hannah are like trekking
struggling
through
to
the
climb a
woods.
small hill. Yeah.
Why did Val put it on an upscale thing? We could have just found a plate. Oh, I did not wear the right shoes.
Hannah just looks at you and says, "You're really loud."
Yes, I understand. I'm scaring off enemies. Bears, go away!
That's not how it works.
Have you ever done any theatre before?
Oh,
Oh, you'd be good at it.
thank you. You would be good at it too, small child.
How would you know that? I'm only 10 years old.
Exactly, you're young enough to train.
Oh.
You have
Yay.
a bright
I
future
have-
ahead of you.
Oh god.
But cutting back to the council chamber, Isolde is kind of like stepping back and forth. Actually, at this point, she says, you know, in the hubbub of going into all these intense revelations, I never introduced myself. My name is Isolde, spirit dancer. Traveled a long way, happened to be in the area at the time, and I got a ping that somebody needed help, and there wasn't much support to give, so here I am.
What? Wait. Hold on. Do
Did Rami mention the name Isolde to Val or not?
I don't think I did. I was going to start to, but then everyone showed up and it just became, crap, I know two of these people who know me from something else. I'm going camping.
so just so like for my own edification and to make sure that I have this correct, Isolde is not a spy, or is she a spy?
You don't know.
You don't know. I don't know even.
You
I
don't
know
even.
she-
Okay.
Why don't the three of you who are at the council meeting make a willpower test? Just willpower, nothing
Huh.
else.
Is it the three of us? Who's the three?
15.
So Blue, Val, and Mike.
Okay. That's an 11 from me and Blue and a 15 from Val.
So Val, you're the only one who can really recall the name Isolde from the time you saw Remy's past. You know that Isolde was somebody who Remy grew up with, and who was important to her. And then she's just not there for a lot of it, and you don't quite remember she was there, and then she's not, and that's all. That's all that comes to you.
Where did you receive your training?
She says, "Well, at the Academy of the Dance in Aldous."
I would like to see like if there's any charades going on here. Like,
Yeah. Make a perception empathy test if you would like to see if there's some lies going on.
perception. Where's perception there?
And the rest of you can do that too if you would
Ooh,
like.
16, 5
Whoa.
stunt.
Duck.
Not believer.
Let's see.
The stunts.
Yeah,
You're stunting it.
I think I'm good. I don't think I can beat that.
Yeah, she seems cool.
I'm just
Val's got it. You get a shirt that says Val's got it.
Yeah, I will do.
Knock pro,
Let's
knock
see.
pro.
Yeah.
She flies backwards.
I would like to do. That makes me wonder.
Okay.
So this first one is to kind of suss out if she's lying or not, and then the second perception test, I guess I would like to know, like, is she trying to direct the conversation in any way? Like, can I see if does she seem to have ulterior motives here as well? If she's not lying, does she have ulterior motives? I guess.
Okay. So let's deal with the first one first. You're kind of like measuring up this person as you're chatting with her, and you get the sense of determination and conviction. This person does not, as far as you can tell, appear to be lying, or they're extremely good at it. But you kind of like give her a pretty thorough rundown of your personal lie detector, and everything seems above board. So you can make another perception test immediately, thanks to that. Makes me wonder what kind of... Actually, I'll even say, if you would like, you can make a... Actually, yeah, any kind of perception test you would like.
Well, the only thing that I have proficiency in is searching.
You can search her. She'll probably take...
I'm
take
gonna
a
say no. So we're
Okay.
gonna do another empathy test, and that's
Okay.
a 16 with another 6.
All right. So there is something... You can't generate stun points off a
Mhm.
secondary test, unfortunately. So there is something that occurs to you as somebody with some religious training and historical knowledge. You know that if this person really is a spirit dancer, there are questions you can answer to determine the veracity of that. Tricky temple questions.
Okay, I would like to ask those.
Okay. It's a little bit awkward because you suddenly just start talking about this person's credentials during a rather sort of like intense, important discussion. But you kind of like veer off the conversation for a second and just kind of like mask it as being sort of chatty and curious. And yeah, Isolde answers every single one quite satisfactorily.
Okay.
And you kind of like dig into sort of the more esoteric stuff too about somebody who would really be passionate about the spirit dancers would know,
Mhm.
and she gets it. She's well versed in their history.
She seems to be legit, or she's just good enough that I'm not noticing. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And she
Sorry.
says,
Thank you for satisfying my curiosity. It's been a while since.
"It's fine. Part of the whole spirit dancer thing is just spreading the tale, as it were, and it's given me a chance to really collect my thoughts for the moment. I think that City Watch. What was your name?
Micah. Nice to meet
Micah,
you.
pleasure to meet you. Isolde. I think you and I and our Raiden friend should head back up there if that's okay with you. I imagine it was pretty scary the first time.
It was that bad until people started getting tired and unconscious. So, you know.
There does seem to be a permanent storm effect around the mountain.
There's a
Before
very
you-
deep mist that seems to have elemental spirits within it.
How
That's
did you
strange.
deal with that last time?
Val did. We didn't.
Ah,
I used wind shaping to get through.
so we might need you with us as well.
That depends. Do you have any shaping abilities, I suppose?
My abilities are more focused on the personal meditative variety.
Well, to be clear, the climb nearly killed me last time.
Oh,
So, I think we can
Did
handle
I-
it.
Would it be fair to believe, like, okay, clouds are made of water. Water shaping
I feel like
might
his
be
water
able
shaping
to
might be able to do something.
move the clouds.
you can try.
You know what? I think since Val almost killed herself last time, maybe we should just go and then we can make a little faster headway.
I
No
agree.
offense, Val.
Yeah,
and
no,
Rami.
I understand. I
Yeah.
understand. There
And
are
we'll move.
things within the village that I do need to take care of as well.
Certainly.
So,
And we'll move much faster as a smaller group as well. All right, this sounds like a good plan to start out with. I will let you, or the rest of you, know what I discover once I come back from here, and we'll see if we can turn that into an actual plan. And then I'm going to see if I can track down these terrifying wrath fiends and politely ask them to return to their foul origins.
Oh, my sister, this is weird. Guys.
So, Micah and Blue, are you ready to travel with Isolde back up to the peak?
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think we have
Yeah.
anything else to do.
I
today.
would like to pull them aside before they leave and just be like, be wary.
I mean, sure. It's Shadow Fiends, so
Not just of the shadow fiends,
of what else?
of Isolde.
Why? She seems nice and capable.
So far, she seems fine. However, I believe that she is connected to Rami's past somehow.
And now do we remember
Bad
that it was
way?
just yeah.
It kind of in a sense of the second, like a bit of a deja vu appears as soon as she mentions it. Of just like, oh
The
yeah.
name seems familiar, but
Okay.
Okay.
But whoever this person is reminds you nothing of that like brief, young teenager that you saw in her memories.
Rami did seem afraid of the Shadow Dancer, but that might be because
Spirit dancer.
Spirit
Shadow
Dancer,
dancer.
not very
Shadow
Shadow
different.
evil
Dancer
one.
sounds much more evil.
Afraid of the Spirit Dancer, but it's also a Spirit Dancer, so maybe it's because Rami
Yeah,
has
so
her
far,
own.
she seems legit. She answered all of my questions.
Rami also hates libraries and bridges, so I don't know, man. I don't know.
Which
anymore.
also was a lie. So I don't know.
Just
don't
be
know.
I don't
wary
know.
and be safe.
Okay.
Contact
The-
me.
Council chamber doors fly open, boom, and a very kind of officious-looking gentleman stalks his way in. He's sort of flanked by a tough-looking bodyguard fellow. And the man storms in and he says, I don't know what kind of meeting you're trying to have here, but I have some very important business that I need to attend to in this village, and I won't be ignored any longer.
Sir,
and
we are
Esmir says-
dealing.
We are in the middle of a council meeting concerning very important business right now, sir. Please be patient. And he says, I will not be patient. I've been patient. I have traveled these lands. I have gone to extreme lengths to find my quarry, and I will not be stopped by people like you. Now, who is going to help me?
Is it a ghost cow again?
Was
You
this
have,
like
like-
ever brought up? Did
You have no idea who this person is. He's just kind of
Okay.
stormed into this place. And he says, I seek Avata Shah. Her name is Fiona. Do any of you know who this is?
I would like to gauge everyone's reaction for anyone who's read the article.
Okay. Yeah, make a quick empathy test there, Val.
Oh boy, I feel like this is what I should have taken for my life.
And remind me very quickly, Rami, what the
No.
specifics of the article said.
The specifics were about when she and her old town. That there was this guy who ran around to all the various villages and started coming in asking for Fiona and
Right.
questioning any Vada Shah they could find. And that he was kind of creepy and it creeped Rami out. And
Okay.
where he definitely had like moments of clarity and seemed sane, and then would slip into that. But it was also extraordinarily sad, and here's why. And then she wrote a little bit about how he lost this person he really cared about. So don't hate him, don't be mean to him. Just maybe keep him away if he just randomly shows up here.
So, who of you reads Rami's columns?
Thanks, gang.
I feel like Val would have to in order to know, like, okay, what bullshit is happening now?
Uh-huh.
Doesn't like one of the people on the council hate read my stuff? I'm pretty sure.
That
right?
I feel like that's June.
Lizella,
follow?
it was raised to her attention when it featured her, but she personally doesn't read it, no.
Okay.
So I think Esmira, Ozzy, and you, Val, are the three people in this room who actually have any context of who this person could be. And he is some very creepy stalker dude that has been relentlessly hunting Avata Shah. Although, it could be fair to say at this point, given that you just discussed Rami's checkered past, there could be something else here that...
No, she did mention, like, a kind of ex, kind of friend, kind of
Right.
something person, yeah.
So he's kind of standing there, and Ozzy kind of holds a hand to his seal and says, "All right, not so loud, buddy." And Ricard is there, and he's just off in his own world at this point. But Esmira sort of looks quite concerned and looks at you, Micah, with a sense of, "We gonna need some help soon."
Micah's just gonna stand up, and she's like gonna hold like kind of like a big arm out and kind of like guide him out the door, shove
love
out
it.
the door. She's
When
like,
you get close to him, his bodyguard steps in front of you and goes, all right, not so close.
There's no one named that here. I think you're in the wrong place, and you're not really, Please leave. This is an important meeting. We don't really have time to find every single person. It's a small town, so there's no one really named Fiona here.
The loud man goes off at this point. He's like, what kind of excuse for a town is this? Blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, the bodyguard kind of leans closer to you, Micah, and says, look, I know he's difficult to deal with, but he's an alright person. He's just been run a bit ragged recently. Can you just help us out here? Just help him figure this out so we can go home. He's lost everybody. I'm the only person who stuck by him through all this. Just help us out.
Look, I understand you're a good protective, but maybe let's get him out of here, and then we can talk a bit later, okay?
It's not. Listen, he's traveled far for something like this. He's gonna make a ruckus unless somebody helps him out soon.
Well, listen, I don't know.
Just some friendly advice.
All right. But there really is no one named that here.
And he says, well, she might be operating on a different name. She could be on the run for something. Please, you have to help me out. She means a lot to me. Just
Can I make a check of just like, does she mean a lot to you, or just like she means a lot to me dead or something, you know?
Yeah, you can absolutely make an empathy test on this guy. And Esmira at this point says, we don't even know your name, sir. You have failed to adhere to the basic manners and protocol of such situations. And he says, my name is Julian Estani, esteemed son of the Estani trade clan. The bodyguard rolls his eyes a little bit when he hears that. Micah, you got an 8?
Yep.
Oh god.
You don't know if this is an assassin, a sorcerer, a bear in disguise, or exactly what he says he is.
To be fair, if I was trying to hunt someone down and kill them, I probably wouldn't storm into the middle of a town meeting and be like, where's this person?
Yeah, I think with an 8, you just don't take him very seriously.
I'm like, oh, okay. Well, but Rami also said to keep him away or something? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well-
Yeah, her lie in the paper centered on the fact that this is a guy who runs around town shouting for Vadashan. It's creepy. If you see him, don't tell him I'm here.
Fair enough.
But also be nice to him.
But also be nice.
Yeah, so since you didn't actually read the article, Micah, Esmira kind of comes up to you and she says, we don't have a situation here, but Rami has informed me about somebody like this, and I think it's best that we gently escort him away from here and just understand the situation. We have a lot going on right now.
Right.
I will... You send some guards. I will try my best to talk with him, try and placate him a little bit. Keep working with the spirit dancer. That's far more important right now.
Got it. Okay, thanks, Miss Mira. And I'll probably, I don't know, shout for Razia. I think she's probably in this meeting. She's here all the time, whatever.
Sorry, who are you shouting for?
Suna?
Oh, Suna.
Yeah. Commander Razia.
Yeah, she kind of like... It's like, yeah, you say Sergeant Razias, and you just say, bum, 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 bum. Come on, Cap, I'm coming. Ah! And she's like pulls out her sword and she's ready to go.
Whoa,
the bodyguard,
dude.
a bit scared, kind of like half unsheathes the sword as well. And she's like, who are these people? What's going on?
It's okay. It's just this kind of gentleman has been traveling far and wide and would like to be escorted, and I'm like, escorted to the inn and maybe kept an eye on, make sure he's comfortable here.
He kind of like brushes your comment away and says, don't speak for me. I'm here for very important business and I've already told you what it is. I'm seeking a vat of charcoal for Fiona. Can you help me or not? And Suna is just like, oh, yep. Follow me. And she just kind of looks at you and just like, really? Yes, take me there right now. And she's like, here we go. And she just turns around and shuts.
And I'm like behind Suna, I see the leader, I'm just like, thank you. I'm so sorry, thank you.
She just salutes you as she leaves.
Okay, peace, Suna.
I just hope that she just like leads it through toss, like, and here's the statue.
But have you really tasted the most that Miniry has to offer?
Oh boy.
We have the
All right.
finest sardines.
Oh
So
my
that little distraction is out of the way now. As Mira kind of goes to help make sure that he doesn't cause a major upset in the town, leaving the rest of you here. Ozzy kind of looks at the rest of you and he says, so do you need boats anytime soon, or?
I would start sketching out an evacuation plan just in case.
We already have boats prepared for that ever since we heard about the
That's true. That's right.
Our
we do have
neighbors.
that.
I think we should be good, honestly.
Anybody need any fish or anything? I'm feeling a bit at these meetings like I don't contribute a whole lot most of the time
you're
as a
the
port
best,
authority.
It's okay. And the seal is so cute. I just like rub it. It's so cute.
The seal's kind of goes "Meow, meow, meow," as you kind of like stroke its whiskers.
Oh, it's so cute.
Have you heard, Ozzy? You run the port, so you talk to more people. But have you heard anything about the Jarzani forces at the border?
Listen, I don't hear much about Jarzon. I deal with a lot of Rizane politics, bit of latte here and there, but Jarzon's far, far away from me, and I don't really like to get too up in their face.
Understandable. Thank you.
I heard we
and-
had a lady bringing curses to this town. Maybe that wasn't a good idea, just saying.
I don't think she is related to any of this.
So, if there's anything else,
I would actually like to tell Blue and Micah that I will be out of town for a little bit. You know, like doing a thing with Hannah.
Oh, okay.
You know, so Blue can contact me. I think via psychic contact if
I can.
we are needed. Just give him a heads up that we won't be in the house, I guess.
Oh,
got it.
So,
And you told us that Rami has a migraine, right?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. Sure, I guess. But,
Lying, yay!
I mean, if we need to evacuate, are you sure this is a great time to go camping? Can't this kind of be put off?
I'm going over some basic survival skills with Hannah.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, have fun.
Yep.
But to like Rami actually like being like, yeah, Hannah, you can use this knife.
she kind of looks at you and says, "You're holding it wrong.
Okay, well, how do you hold it, little smarty pants? And
Yeah,
I
you
like,
shouldn't
do
wave it around like that either. It's dangerous.
you want to help me chop the wood or whatever?
You can't chop wood with a knife."
This kid is so sassy. Sassy lost child.
she's in an upset mood today. All right, so let's say Micah, Blue, and Isolde start heading for the peak. And while that's happening, Val, you go to
I
Rita.
am booking it. I am booking it.
I have to camp.
I was trying to reason this out because Blue knows about Rami wanting to camp when the shadow spirit dancer shows up,
Yep.
and now Val wants to camp.
There's a fever going
Rami's
around.
conveniently missing. Can I make an empathy test on?
No, I think you know. I think you can
I
put
think
two
I
and
just
two together.
if I can just.
Yeah, I feel like
Okay.
I don't think Val is very good at lying. You know.
Also, I don't think our setup is great here.
You have a healthy suspicion of 2 legs too, so it's kind of like, oh,
Oh, okay. Everyone's lying.
Yeah.
This is great. This is great.
cool. So, you can also like as you're running through the streets, Val, you hear Suna go, "Oh, Fiona! I thought you said Fiotha. Okay, my oops, oopsie daisy." And like the guy is just like, "Ah, this is aggravating." And Esmira like quickly comes in to placate the situation. You are fortunately leaving that mess behind, and you're running over.
You know,
Bye,
I
Suna.
kind of wanted to just be like, try to calm him down a little bit, but at this point, I feel like I have different priorities right now. Or
Yep.
What?
Suna's literally just like running around being like, "Oh, Fiora? I think
Filola.
Fiora." So
Wait, that's
there's
their first name. Oh, whoops. Okay, so Val, you quickly meet up back with Rami and Hannah again. You can see that they've like a fire has been started. Not too surprising, since Hannah's probably eager to light something on fire.
Honestly, Rami would be cool. She just wanted to set like fires for 30 minutes. Rami's not good at childcare. Specifically, like Aya would be better, but she has to act like Rami in front of Hannah.
Right.
So she's even less good at it. She's like, yeah, sure. Why don't you make 3 more? That looks fun.
And this is when you return,
The
Val.
gang starts a
Okay.
forest fire.
Oh boy. Okay. How are things going here? Okay,
Hey!
we have the campsite set up.
Yeah,
Excellent.
look, we made 3 fires.
3 seems a little excessive, but good job. Okay.
Izzo, is she okay?
She is
Who's Izzo?
a spirit dancer.
What?
Yes, there's a spirit dancer visiting. Is she doing well? Is she happy?
She seems to be doing great. They are going to go up the mountain.
How about the problem child? Is he doing well? Is he okay?
Who's the problem child?
is dealing with him.
Mom, who's the problem child?
A very loud and obnoxious man.
Oh.
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
everything's fine.
I just give Rami like a look like saying Hannah knows everything is not fine.
No, this is for me. The small child can, it's fine.
Okay.
Everything's fine. It's fine. There's a spirit dancer. That's fine. There's
Okay.
a loud man. That's fine. Both of these are not problems of mine. This is fine.
I just sit down on the ground and I'm just like, okay, there are just some things that we need to figure out. And I am,
Why is there, who's drumming?
what?
I think you knocked something.
Oh
Casey.
yes, I was kind of doing like hand motions on the
Micah
table.
cast earthquake.
Like,
Boom!
Oh,
in the
no.
distance, just practicing.
In the mountain too. Everything's ruined.
so I'm just gonna look at Rami and just go, how long do you need to stay here?
Night times, I believe,
Okay.
are what was suggested to me. I need to go handle Jules before someone else does. So that's gonna be something. Because if someone else handles Jules, it's going to not be the good kind. Since that was an interesting conversation I had with my sort of father, who said that he would handle Jules in another way, which was also... I've had a weird couple months.
I am just going to turn to him. I'm just like, I am sorry that you are going to be very confused by this entire conversation. Do you want to tell him?
No, I think I have to destroy him verbally so he leaves.
If you tell him the truth,
That No, what? No, we don't do that. We never do that. The truth is bad. We avoid it at all costs. We circle around it. We ignore it. We push it
It would
aside.
foster understanding and provide you both with closure.
Or he'll tell people, and then I go to somewhere else. Look, it's not my fault that he didn't. He had to close your ears for like 2 seconds.
She kind of just stares at you.
I think she wants to swear.
Please. Oh, you know what? Fine. I'm going to swear in front of a 10-year-old child.
I'm just sitting here watching this happen. Just like, is she really gonna do it?
You like magic, right? I figured out how scrying works. I'll show you later.
Hey, didn't you just say that scrying was bad?
No, it's bad when you do it, Val.
Oh my god. Okay, this is a very tense situation for all of us, and I would just like...
Yes, and I've been watching a small, annoying child who does not listen to anything I say!
You're annoying and don't listen to anything I say. You keep waving that knife around, you're gonna hurt yourself.
No, I'm not. I know how to wave knives around, and I wave it around.
She's actually a very competent person. She just acts stupid for various reasons. It's okay.
Why?
Because if people underestimate you, that gives you an advantage. Actually, that's something you should be using more often. You're small, you're a child. People are going to give you a
I
lot
would just
more
like to
leniency
say
now.
that I am uncomfortable with you teaching her these things.
I am just saying, if you act like you're not competent, then you're able to get away with a lot more. Also, the why is a great use. You should use that all the time, often. You can... Kids...
It seems like you need to escape from lies you've done that are so bad that you need to camp outside of town and are kind of yelling at a child because you can't deal with the situation. So I don't think you're right.
Yeah, that's fair. I never said I was right. I'm just saying that I'm the dagger. I'm allowed to wave this dagger legally, so deal with it.
This was probably a bad idea.
Yes, it was. This Rami is not child-friendly, Val.
Pause for facepalm.
Listen, I need to do something that is possibly very, very stupid.
Oh, I love the idea. What is it?
You said you figured out how scrying works.
Yes. Why?
Have you used it?
Oh yeah, like twice.
How did you make it so that they wouldn't recognize you if they saw you?
I put a cloth over my head and cut out holes, duh. I like to think of myself as a scary, scrying cloth monster. Ooh.
Okay,
Why, do you have someone you want to stalk? Actually, I think you owe me some stories. You promised me some stuff, Val.
And Hannah is sitting right... I don't say this out loud, but Hannah is sitting right there.
She
God
has been
damn
listening to every word of all of this.
This is the long, weary sigh of a mother who has too much shit.
I'm going to turn to Hannah, and I'm going to take her hand, and I am going to tell both you and Rami. Because Rami, some magical things happened over this past mission, and she and the others saw some of my memories. So she has some questions. And I believe that my answers to those questions will also answer some questions that you have. So I'm going to tell both of you at the same time. And this is going to be very difficult for me. because these are things that I prefer not to talk about. So, I guess I just don't know where to start at this point. What was the earliest memory that they saw from me? Was it just Heather and Hannah's birth?
I mean, there were a few things, but it was all scattered. There were a couple of times where you sort of your cloistered life a little bit, but it was so drab that it didn't really register with him a whole lot. So yeah, Heather would have been the most standout moment because it's delivering a baby in the middle of a swamp while a woman is dying.
Yeah. So I was born in Jarzan. You both know that. I grew up in a very small town. I had 2 older brothers, and one day one of them, we were playing, and I was 4, and we fell into a ravine. I was relatively okay. He was not. His leg was very badly broken. And my other brother went to go get help, and I'm actually physically shaking. I would just like to say that.
Okay.
You can paraphrase if you
Okay,
as
yeah.
well. Whatever you're comfortable with.
He went to go get help, and I was panicking, and as you both know at this point, I have wild magic, which is different from regular magic, and nothing bad happened. I just healed him. But that's a very bad thing in Jarzan, because people are very afraid of magic. And so when my parents found out, and then the rest of the village found out, you have to understand that we did not have any priests in the village. A priest came through with a retinue of others, maybe once every other month if we were lucky. So everyone was afraid of me, and they either wanted me to leave immediately or be killed. So they put me in the barn until the priests came. And the only person I saw for that period of time was my grandmother, who stayed with me until they came. So the priests came with several of the knights, and they took me to Leogarth, the capital of Jarzan, where I was placed in a cloister. And it wasn't... The trip was terrible, and I was terrified, and I didn't want to be there. I just wanted to go home. And I hid for quite some time in the cloisters. No one could find me. I hid in a cupboard for several days until the woman who would raise me found me, and her name was Matron Jerry, or Geraldine. And I lived there. I lived a very sheltered life, and then I made friends, and we went into the seminary, and it was the first time any of us had met boys.
Oh. I look over at Hannah like, are you gonna talk doing birds and bees right now?
And that was where I met your father for the first time.
Yeah, kids, this is how I met your mother. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
And his name was Crispin. My friend and I used to make fun of him. We used to call him Crispy Chips. And he was very nice. And then things happened, and we had to leave. And I crossed the swamp, and he did not make it. And my friend did not make it either. And that's when we made it to Aldous. And we started traveling. So that's it. That's
Not exactly all the way in, but I'm not gonna call you out. Remy's giving you a kind of look.
I'm giving her a look like I will elaborate later.
I'm sorry. It sounds like you've had a rough time with it.
I was actually fairly happy in the cloister. I'm not going to lie.
Well, I'm glad.
So, when you told me that you were grateful to your people for giving you sanctuary, I understand that. Do either of you have any questions for me? Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Muted.
Hannah struggles to speak, to find the words. No. So Hannah this entire time has been kind of like listening to every single word that you're saying, and hasn't really been giving many expressions off either. And after kind of like a long, awkward pause after you ask that question, she kind of just looks up to you and she says, "So I have uncles?"
Oh. You have uncles and cousins. And I have siblings that I never met.
She goes over and she hugs you.
They're all back in Jarzon, and I hug her back. And I'm sorry that you're never going to meet them, because from what I remember, they were stupid. But I mean, what older brothers aren't, you know?
I don't.
I just wish that you could have had that very big family. But I get you.
She kind of squeezes you extra tight when you say that, and she says, "And we got Rickard, and we got everybody."
Yes, we do. Our family is much bigger here.
I hope we don't have to leave.
I hope so too. Which we did just have a council meeting, and it seems like we do have a plan.
Yes, I would love to hear that right now. Very detailed version of it.
With the windfall from the tunneling expedition, it seems like what was found was Shas crystals, which means that technically we are very wealthy right now.
Hannah's eyes kind of widen like, what's that like?
Yeah. So far, no change. Which means that we may have the money to pay off the Mitaxian Shadow Fiends.
So we're going with the payoff plan?
It seems like that would be the plan that leads to the least bloodshed.
No, it does lead to the least bloodshed, but okay.
And
they're going to want something in return, and what are we going to have them do? If this is about making a pact, if in exchange they're going to feel obligated to do something, have we decided what that is? Because we needed to make something that's not going to cause harm to anyone in this town, whatever we choose.
We could just say we want them to walk 20 feet.
Val, you cannot patronize people like that.
Okay, we could have them build fortifications around the town.
Do we trust the kind of fortifications a shadow creature will build? How do we know that it won't be a corrupting force when we do that? This is what I mean. We're going in to negotiate, and we don't even have a plan yet.
Well, Isolde is going. Well, this is the other thing. Isolde is going up there to take a look at the issue right now.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
Are you going to be willing to talk with her?
Isolde. I've never met Isolde before. Why would I have any reason not to talk with her, Val?
Okay. So we have a solution to that problem, but it obviously needs to have some details hammered out. Soul also seems to be fairly confident that she can perform an exorcism on Burdrith.
Oh, we're okay. Sure. Guess that's something people do.
To get rid of the thing in him right now.
Hannah's not stupid. We're just talking around her.
Yeah. To get rid of the shadow fiend that is currently residing in part of his brain.
This is something we don't tell other people, Hannah.
She just kind of looks at you.
She's used to this. Like, I'm pretty sure that she knows a lot more than what she looks like.
Oh no, I know that. Look, this kid is extremely smart, and I'm playing Rami right now, who is a moron, and so this interaction is weird.
But, so yes, we may have an in with the bandits. This relates to one of the very stupid things that I am currently bouncing around in my brain.
No, we're not bringing Izzo to the bandits, are we? Because they specifically do not want anyone from Aldous around.
No. Hey, Thomas, what was the name of the snake oil salesman?
The other guy who's possessed?
He's not possessed. He's the one that we saw.
No,
Conqueror.
No, he's possessed.
He's possessed, Val. He's one of the...
Nope. He
He's angry
very
at you.
close to the one who is possessed, and he's very afraid for his life currently. What started as a haha, I tricked these people into keeping me safe has suddenly turned into I am so scared and afraid and I regret everything and I want nothing more than to just start a farm somewhere, but I can't because my friend just got executed in front of me. That is the guy Val remembers. His name is Varden Lonnie.
Varden Lonnie. Oh yes, the used car salesman. I remember now.
And he is petrified of the Conqueror.
We may be able to get information from Varden Lonnie.
Oh yes, people who are afraid talk so much easier.
Oh my god, Rami.
What?
I mean, yes. Down the evil by 5 notches.
But also, he seems to be actually quite contrite, so...
No, if he's smart, he's gonna want to go on the winning side. And we're going to be the side that wins. At least Miniry. I'm not sure about anything else right now. I can guarantee Miniry's safety.
Hannah kind of smiles at you when you say that, Rami. And with that, let's go to a break, everybody.
Yes.
We will be right back very soon. Don't go away, because more things are going to happen.
Are they? What if...
Hello and welcome back, everybody.
Woo.
Let's dive right back into things.
Right.
Micah and
yeah.
Blue. You were traveling up the mountain with Isolde. Very quickly, you saw that Isolde did some kind of magic-y thing to herself, and then she just started sprinting quite fast and is now able to just kind of like sprint up extremely hazardous terrain as though it were nothing. And you're being left in the dust a little. Micah, would you like to try and keep pace?
Yeah. Oh, before we go, I just want to slightly retcon. I do drop by the guardhouse again, like grab a painting, shove it into a bag.
Okay.
Just in case.
Just one or both?
Just the good one.
Just the good one. All right. So you grab Elsa's painting, self-portrait, and you kind of shove it inside your jerkin, and then you start running up the mountain.
Yep.
So Blue, you can fly, so you're fine. Let's get a stamina test from you, Micah, as you desperately try to keep pace.
Stamina. Okay.
So Constitution stamina.
Yeah, 14.
Okay. It's a bit of a struggle for you. You take a point of fatigue, and you have to kind of keep going to Assault. Okay, so I can climb mountains, but I can't sprint up.
Like, who runs up mountains?
And she says, sorry, just, this is the only way I can really get up here without straining myself too badly. I can wait.
After you.
And she takes off again.
Her pride just like a little bit just like, okay, I can't have it 2 legs. Like a surface dweller beat me at my own game here, okay?
Okay. Alright, make one more stamina test.
God.
As you race after her.
That is a 19.
Oh my gosh.
-1, so 18?
-1, so 18, yeah. So you start sprinting and like just leaping off crags and boulders that jut out of the landscape. Use a bit of earth shaping here and there to get you past the extra tricky parts. There's a goat that you just leap over and it just kind of looks at you and goes, meh. And Isolde is like, for her it's fairly effortless because her arcana is sort of like helping shift her. You are keeping pace without any sort of, you know, magic that's propelling you. And she's kind of looking at you like, wow, I'm very impressed, like, as you're both sprinting up this mountain.
She's not even talking because she wants to save breath. Like, this is a struggle for her. Like, if she's, like, gracefully tumbling up the mountain, Micah's, like, barreling angrily, like a, I don't know, possessed, like, bull or something like that.
Yeah, you're just charging through. Yeah, so she like tries to talk to you and she's like, oh, sorry, I shouldn't interrupt you. And she says, so Blue, what's your story?
Well, I'm not sure where to begin. That's a very open question there. I'm just here because I was assigned to be a Raiden representative and a representative of the Weald, since Miniry is, you know, super close to the Weald, and you guys are kind of using some of the resources there, but it's fine. Everything's chill.
Okay, well, I'm glad you're here. I have to say, you're probably dealing with a lot more than the regular Raiden has to deal with, so kudos to you there.
Almost certainly. Also, I did want to, before we, like, made this exit, if I could have spoken to Penny and, like, had just, like, 3 sparrows just following us up.
Yeah, you could just psychic contact him if you wanted as well.
Yeah, like, but not like, obviously following us. If they could just be like stealth mode up there, okay. That'd be great.
Yeah, you quickly contact Penny, and he says, we have a visual. We will maintain it at a safe distance, sir.
Thank you, Penny. Always so great. Okay, bye now. And
okay, bye.
And the feisty little squirrel disappears from view. Okay, so it is an interesting return to this place that you're having, because Micah, last time you were hauling people up and it was slow going. This time you're pushing yourself to your absolute limit, just charging up this place. You know that you would leave your brother in the dust if this was ever a race between him and you, and you know your parents would be proud to see you just launch yourself off a very mostly vertical surface. And soon enough, the 3 of you make it to the more kind of flat area just in front of the peak, just before the clouds that perpetually circle it. And it's all kind of like stands there and sits and looks at it, and she says, "So you said something about elementals?"
Yes. Last time we were in there, we met a air elemental.
Should we do something about it, or just sprint by, or should I just?
I don't
Well-
know if you can punch air.
she kind of looks at you and she says, "You haven't seen me try."
Perhaps I could use water shaping to manipulate the clouds and like clear a way for us. And I've done it before to also make an elemental of my own, which could help. But they are also very dangerous. Very dangerous. So here, let me try this. And so it doesn't say, hey, shape cloud, but I do have shape flow, which is kind of the closest thing. Water, maybe.
We're really putting the rules to the test here. I will allow you to roll something here,
Ooh.
and let's see what you get. That's all any of us can really do in this world.
Okay, let's see. I feel like lower water is like closer to what I'm trying to do, or shape. I don't know, shape flow, because that's just a very general name there. At 14.
You kind of like try and reach out to the cloud, and you do kind of like get a vague manipulation of some of the substance here, but it's too ephemeral for you to really get any hard control over, and it keeps kind of like just exiting through your hands, not your hands, your talons, your spectral arcana talons.
Too gaseous. So that didn't work. So I suppose we could just try and walk through, hope for the best, but that's also not the best idea.
Should we make a run for it, or should we stand our ground?
I'm better at the latter, but we can also run through.
Blue?
I suppose either one would work. Because I could just go over all for all intents and purposes.
Very
so it's
true.
More like what you would like to do.
Well, I'm very fast, but I can also deal with this thing if it gets too close to us, so... Let's play it by ear. How's that sound?
Sure, let's start moving. If something happens,
If something happens,
reaction
hopefully
to
we don't
that.
fall off the mountain.
And she kind of like looks at you and she says, "That would be terrible. Let's definitely not do that." And you charge through the clouds, and you feel a bit soggier as you go through, and you hear the sort of familiar swirl and sound of the spirits coalescing in this place, trying to expel the intruders of this place. And you can see another one of those air elementals sort of swirls together and forms into this vaguely quite large humanoid shape, and starts moving towards you.
I like if it's flying towards us, I just brace myself, I guess,
Okay.
and yeah, just keep walking.
Do you want to make like a diamond blade, or are you good?
Can you stab air in this game?
You haven't tried yet.
Okay, I'll make a diamond blade. Hell yeah, Minecraft is shit. And then yeah.
What does that look like when Micah does that?
God, it's probably the first time, but I don't know, man. It's probably just like an empty handle, and she like stabs it into a mountain, and then comes out with the blade.
That's so cool. And it is just like super dense, very hard, very brittle diamond blade that you have just out of the ground. And Isola looks at you and goes, "Wow, that was amazing."
Oh, thanks. You're not so bad yourself for, climbing a mountain, for a surface dweller. She's still grumpy.
And she kind of like spins around and enters a sort of a martial arts stance. Blue, do you do anything?
I think I'm gonna form a spirit out of another mist spirit, please.
Okay, excellent.
Yes.
Go ahead and create a spirit. The last one you had did very well. Okay, you make
That's
one
a-
hell of a spirit.
22 with 6 stun points.
Oh my god.
So
It's
Micah
just an
kind of like
element.
Micah stabs her blade to the ground, like gets ready, trying to remember everything you know about military tactics and the things that Wager has taught you. Isolde kind of like enters a stance. She controls her breathing and gets ready to channel her magic and her powers. Blue, you just kind of like flap your wings, and then from behind this elemental comes just this big, adorable-looking cloudy golem creature that stands easily twice as tall as this thing, and it just kind of like looks down at this elemental and just hugs it and just pulls it back away from you. And there's like zaps of lightning going out, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything. And then the soul like slowly drops their stance and looks at you, Blue, and goes, "That worked."
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna use effortless arcana as well, so no fatigue test on this one.
Fantastic.
Oh
Great,
my
because
God.
that would have been a very potent fatigue test with
He's
a
just
with
dunking
elemental
on
that
us.
grand. All right. The three of you kind of like look around, make sure there's no other danger, and then you make your way around the peak and leap over the kind of various sideways stone pillars that Mikey you created last time. Did you want to do anything else to modify these things, or are you good with how they are?
I think I'm good. I think we all can. I
Okay.
don't plan to make this a very common trail.
Don't want to like make a scenic overlook at this point.
No, I'm good.
Sounds good. All right. So the three of you kind of like hop over and glide through round to the other side of the very dark rectangular hole that's in the top of this mountain, and you brace yourselves for another interaction with the terrifying shadow fiends. Meanwhile, Val, you get a ping, a psychic contact ping from Ricard.
I will answer it.
And he says, "Hello, Val. I'm here to inform you that there is somebody who wants to see you. It seems somewhat urgent. I was asked to find you. Nobody really knows where you are."
Who is it?
Their name is Shen Juriel, and they said they need to interview you about something.
About what did they say?
They weren't specific, but they seemed to imply it was of great importance.
Do I recognize this name at
You
all?
do not. Nope.
Okay. Inform them that I will be there shortly.
Shall I tell them to meet you at your house?
Is this a delicate matter that they wish to speak with me about,
I'm-
or
Uncertain.
where are you now?
Right now, I'm in the council chambers.
Just have them stay there and just maybe keep them company until I'm there.
Yes, I will keep them company.
All right, I will see you in a bit. And I end the psychic contact.
You can see he's about to ask a question, then just it fades.
I will turn to Remy and Hannah and just be like, "Are you two going to be okay if I run back into town? Rickard apparently needs something."
What? No, I don't think I'm a good babysitter.
That's okay, Hannah is.
Hannah
Yeah.
Hannah just mumbles, "I'm the one babysitting you."
Well,
Waiting for
Hannah,
the points.
if you would like to come back into town with me, you can do that. But Remy, I think, would prefer to stay out here. So I guess it's really, Hannah, would you like to go back into town with me?
Sure.
All
I
right.
can actually. You know what? I just need to verbally destroy Jules until he leaves. So if you could just bring him to the outside of the woods, I can handle this problem, and then he'll go away, and everything's gonna be okay, and that's one less issue to handle.
I don't think you would be happy with yourself if you did that.
Val, the other alternative I have is a lot worse. Just trust me on this. If I don't get Jules to leave, someone else will get Jules to leave, and the way they're going to get Jules to leave is a lot more permanent.
All right.
Oof.
I will see if I can find him. All right.
He's loud. You'll find him.
I will. Hannah and I head into town.
Okay. So you make your way back down the small slope to the village of Miniry. Meanwhile, up at the peak, you enter the shrouded, smoky darkness of this place, and immediately you hear a voice that says, "Who comes before us now?" And the soul kind of goes, "Okay. Hello, my name is Soul, and I'm here to discuss terms. And once again, you feel that sort of on the periphery of your psychic or rather, on the periphery of your mind, you feel the psychic whispers once again, just biting and scathing at you, and just there's this undercurrent of dread that accompanies them as you enter this darkness.
Is there a way that I know? So I know Rami used speaking. Blue is not the best communicator. So is there a different way that I could think of that would disturb this whisper thing?
The best answer you have is just experiment. There's no real science to this as far as you've seen.
I will try and keep my mind about me and just ask, Soul, do you hear those?
And she looks at you and she goes, yes, it's quite intrusive. Hey, can we not do the whisper thing? Can we just stop that for a bit? We're trying to talk here. And then the whispers slowly recede from your mind.
Oh, thanks.
And she says, oh, thanks. I hope I didn't just make a deal by doing that. All right. Hello. We are going to need to discuss what you're doing here and what we can do together, potentially. I hear you're looking for some wealth, some employment, perhaps. I know that you're creatures of Mitex. Let's figure something out. What kind of services do you think you could provide that can get you expelled from this place as soon as possible? And you hear the voices kind of reach in closer, and they're kind of all around you. It's taking Blue, it's taking you a while for your eyes to sort of adjust to the darkness. Mikey, you have no trouble. But you can see these things like these shadow
night vision.
Oh, you have night vision, then never mind. You all see everything. As these shadowed forms come up and around you curiously, and you can see their various extra appendages and their shadowed visages, and the smoke that kind of expels off of their leader's form. And their leader, whose name is Tayrix, if you remember, she says, we can do many things. Primarily, we were built to guard and destroy our enemies. And Isolde says, okay, interesting. And she turns to the two of you and she says, do you have any enemies we need destroyed?
Destroy seems a little harsh.
Destroy seems like a lot.
There's
There's like that whole bandage group thing with the two, you knows.
Yep, being puppeted by the unmentionable things.
Yeah.
Anything else? Dark, scary shadow fiends that we can get you to do? And they lean in close this time to Isolde, and she kind of like backs up a little bit. And Tayrix says, we are not here for your amusement. We are here to perform a service, and we expect to be paid. No need to complicate things. Either make an offer or do not waste our time. And Isolde kind of like steps back a tiny bit and she says, okay, good to know. Don't want your time wasted. All right. Fellows, it seems like our shadowy friends here could certainly be useful. Hey, Shadow Fiends, if we were to pay you to simply leave or just go somewhere else, would that be acceptable? And Tayrix says, we are meant to provide a service. If we earn coin without properly earning it, it is wasted. And Isolde kind of backs up and she says, well, I think the Exarch agreed wouldn't really care, but okay, that's fine.
If he's greedy, can the service be something like, like dancing at, next month's festival or something? That could be kind of fun.
One of them just, with a gust of wind, moves next to you, Micah, their head adjacent to yours, and they say, we are not here to entertain you, child.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'm saying like dancing could be a service to many people. It brings smiles and happiness. And
how long would you need to guard something to have it be just, worth earned? Worth being paid for?
The smoky creature says, we would have to earn our coin and we need a lot of it, it would be a very, very long time.
I guess we could have them guard Miniry, or if Miniry's too small, we can have them guard the border between us and Kern, and that would not be bad.
Where's that border at? Are we on the mountain that borders Kern?
You're on the mountain that borders Rosea to the northwest and kind of Kern to the northeast, but it's a long way off.
But like maybe Alden can use it to defend against Kern.
Sure.
Aldous, yeah. So
Do you suggest that out loud, Micah?
yeah, and to use them, I guess, or maybe that's a terrible idea, and people from Kern can find out, and then they just turn against us. But that I don't know.
Yeah, Assault does say, she says, well, if we could use them for a one and done thing, that would be ideal. I don't think it would do well for diplomatic relations if we just had conscripted shadow fiends. That would just make Jarzon hate us even more. Ideally, we wouldn't be doing this in the first place, but it does seem like the easiest solution to get rid of these things.
Having them stand somewhere where no one is, I think, is probably the best option.
One flies up to you, Blue, and says, we have been standing sentinel in this place for a long time, watching the machines.
You're doing a lovely job.
Sorry, that was really cute.
There is more to this existence than simply sitting idle. We need a challenge worthy of what we are paid. And Blue, you do notice that in the back of this place, the machinery is there if you wanted to do anything with it.
I don't want to be watched while I do it. I feel like they don't want me to touch it because it's still, like, they don't care about it, though, I think. I don't know.
It's something they have to keep an eye on. You don't think they care too much about it?
Well, it wouldn't be something of just, like, nominal value. There's something pretty important that we found recently that maybe we could have them watch. And I look to Micah to see if, like, she's getting what I'm saying. Out of character, it's the fountain. I'm thinking they can just stand at the fountain and guard the fountain, and, like, no one will touch that fountain and mess with all that magic. But also, they're not near Miniry. But also, that's sending them into the Weald, which I'm not too great.
Yeah,
No,
I was
okay,
gonna.
never
Yeah,
mind.
maybe not. Maybe. Well, like you said, you could destroy things. How big of a thing do you need to destroy?
It must be worthy. An army, perhaps. Or a city.
Could you find the machine? Would that be something you could do? Destroy that?
There's suddenly, like, a lot of them
Ooh.
seem rather unsettled. And they look to Tayrix, who takes a moment sort of chewing on your words. And she says, it has been a long time where we were tasked with watching over the health of the machine. We do not know where it is, and now you ask us to destroy it?
Find it and destroy it. Yep. Is
That
that a
would be-
service that you can't do? I mean, you talk a big game, but I guess you can't do that. Okay.
As this conversation's happening, Blue will start to, like, flutter over to that machine.
Okay. There are definitely things that watch you, but nothing seems to be impeding you as you do it. And if anything, Tayrix starts to kind of, like, make a speech towards this thing, as if to say, this thing, you know.
This thing has been bound to us for centuries. I'm like, then go destroy it. That's if we
And,
pay
yeah.
you to do that.
She says, so long was this our task. It was our lives. It was the essence of our existence. It feels wrong to go against it. Make a persuasion test, Micah.
I didn't think that these things had morals. I am
Their sense of right and wrong is not the same.
I am super surprised. Persuasion? Persuasion?
Persuasion, just for this. If
All right, Blue, why don't you do persuasion, then you can give a +2 to it, Micah.
Okay, sure.
Cool.
Please do
You
persuasion.
guys got this! You got this!
I have a +0.
Oh dear. Wait, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong. So add 2 to that, and then another 2 for Micah, so it's a 15.
So
Okay.
15.
Do you want to do
Okay.
conviction as well?
Yes, I will re-roll that.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
So that's a 19 now.
19.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Hey!
T-Rex kind of looks up rather mournfully at this place, at the shadow fiends that inhabit it, and says, "We have declared our independence from the Empress of Thorns. She does not command us any longer. Her machine is not ours to defend any longer. We can destroy it. We can finally free ourselves from its shackle."
When I land on it,
Mhm.
does it itself, just from being like this ornate magical ancient artifact thing, give me any sort of visions, or would I need to actually do like an object reading or an active vision?
This thing itself gives you no visions, so you'd have to
Okay.
do something active to it.
I will do an active vision. I can wait though, and if we're like still talking.
Well, did you want to do an object read or just a?
I feel like an object read would just give me information about this. I would like to see if a vision would like tell me where either the machine is
Oh, I
or
see.
a lead to find it.
No spontaneous visions have occurred when you've touched this.
Okay. I will try the active vision and see if like this and its connection to the other machine through the Shosh crystals could like lead me to where it may be, or like a scenery or something.
Sorry, I haven't been clear. You cannot active vision through this thing
Oh,
right
you
now. It is
can't?
not.
Okay.
It is not giving you anything now to work with.
I will try object reading them. That seems okay.
Meanwhile, Isolde is kind of like looking at you, Micah, and says, "So finding this machine thing and potentially destroying it, that seems reasonable.
Two birds, one stone kind of thing. Maybe.
Yeah. At the very least, we can take this offer to the council. I don't know if we're ready to make this decision just yet, but it's good to know that that's an option we have."
Maybe we should discuss payment. How much would I don't know. We have some money. We don't have infinite amounts. How much would this be?
Terex kind of like lurches over towards you and then just extends her arms outward, and from her hands just there's this smoke that is expelled and it just kind of like forms this kind of disc in front of you, and she says, "Whatever you have of value must sit upon the disc. Once the disc fades, that is enough." In other words, she has no specifics for you.
God damn. So I guess like it's just something like we keep putting cash on until like the disc is just like, yeah, no, that's good.
Basically, yes.
And I'm just sitting here, I'm just like, is there no bartering system or anything, or is it just a fixed price? Okay. Seems a little bit
It's all kind of like
selfish.
leans down to you and says, "Man, I love negotiating. We have to exact value. I wonder if they're pulling our leg." And she says, "You're not pulling our leg, are you?" And Terex says, "What?" And this all just goes, "Never mind."
So please don't die.
So Blue,
Mhm.
what did you get for your object reading?
The object reading in total, because I used conviction, would be 18.
Hey, good lord, these rolls.
That's
Okay.
that's pretty good. Hello.
So you gain the ability to track a vision backward through time and space, trace an event to its origin. So, the tapestry of this thing's existence, of this device before you, lays out before you. Where would you like to cast your gaze?
If I could see if there was an inception and see like if there was like people talking around it saying like, we're gonna put this here, but the thing that it's watching, we're gonna put this right here. It's gonna be like 5 miles and 22 feet away from this object.
We're gonna put
In this
this
direction.
exact coordination.
So you cast your mind and psyche into this object, and you read its past and the etches it has left on the tapestry of fate in this world, and suddenly you find yourself back in this chamber, except now it is lit up with braziers that burn with a bright flame, and you can see the exact same shadow fiends just like around, still doing their thing. They are completely unchanged. What is different, however, is that there are humanoids here as well, dark robed, very unpleasant looking people sort of shuffling around, and you hear them talk in a language that is not necessarily easy to understand because this is something that is occurring centuries from the present. But you're there as the last crystal is inserted into this device, and then you hear murmurs between the humanoids who have set this thing up, and they are checking to see if something happens appropriately, and then you see that one of them pulls up a cage that has a rat in it, and one of them brings out a knife, and they very quickly and deftly kill the rat. And when they do, one of the crystals lights up on the device in front of you, and the road figures seem to be satisfied with this, and they move over to the Shadow Fiends in the area and have very unusual interactions with them. They sort of look at them, and the Shadow Fiends look back at them as well, but there's no spoken dialogue between them.
This is weird. It's good to know, but that doesn't tell. Can I move it forward a little bit and see like what the humans, or are they human?
They're humanoid. You're not sure if they're Vatan or sea folk, etc.
I'll move the vision a little bit forward. I think I can do that, right?
Yep.
And see like what they do after standing there.
How far forward are we talking here?
It's like if I was using a remote and I pressed, it would be the first button, just like move double speed.
Yeah. It is largely uninteresting, the things that happen. You notice that the device blinks tens of thousands of times throughout its lifetime, and that occasionally there are people who kind of gather up around it, but beyond sort of just watching over it and making sure everything seems to be working, nobody seems to really interact with it very much. And eventually you reach a point where suddenly the humans simply aren't there anymore, and it is just the Shadow Fiends left to their own devices. And you actually see there are 3 more here than the ones you recognize being in the room with you in the present, and you know that these are the servitors who serve as the Wrath Fiends that have since departed. And you get a sort of a vague sense of the schism that happened between the Mitaxian Fiends and the Tyrexian Fiends.
Could I like pause there? It says I can kind of review it. Can I get any? Are words like incomprehensible in this sense? Like I can't exactly get what they're saying.
You can catch bits and pieces. The sort of gist of it is that the Mitaxians believe that they've been here for so long that there is no point doing this anymore. Either the Empress of Thorns is dead or she has forgotten about them, but either way that means that their duties aren't important anymore. Whereas the Tyrexians believe that they have a duty and they have been, bound to protect this place and to ensure the machine does its job. And if anything threatens that, there will be consequences.
And then, but they're the ones to leave?
Yes. You kind of wind forward and see that through this schism, there is a harboring of such hatred in the Tyrexian fiends, but they understand that they are outnumbered and that they will be hypocrites if they just lose their lives fighting here. So it's better to be gone and continue their duties outside of this place rather than die trying to force other things to do something else.
Okay. And at this point, I feel like Blue thinks like, okay, that's probably the most information I could get from this. He'll just finish out the spell, see if he can see any other humanoids being hurt here, or any oh no, there's a secret door here, perhaps. But other than that, I think it's done.
Nothing. It is completely mundane. I guess the point where the shadow fiends stop even moving around. They just kind of are almost catatonic in their vigil. And that's when you kind of like spring back to the present once again, and you see one of the smaller shadow fiends is just kind of looking at you, and just sort of curiously looks in your eyes with these sort of like 3 glowing orbs in its head, and just.
Why is it
We
cute?
will back away slowly, and just fly back over to Micah, land on her shoulder.
Did you find where it's located?
No, I did not, sadly.
And Isolde kind of turns to the two of you and she says, "Right, is there anything else we needed to get here? I think we're done."
I think so. I mean, that's about it.
I think we're good
We'll
here.
just come back with payment, but we figured out a deal, and all we need is to come up with how much it is. And maybe.
And yeah, T-Rex kind of like looks close at you, Micah, closer and closer, where her smoke just kind of gets into your face, and she says, "Do not toy with us. If you have a deal to make, then make it."
I
And
mean,
Isolde sort of says, "Yep, that's what we're doing. Okay, let's
Yeah.
go, everybody."
yeah, we need to get
Yep.
our wallet, and that's it. Bye.
Agreement? No. Rules of the agreement.
Okay. And the 3 of you leave, and as you do, Isolde just kind of like expels some breath, and she goes, "Whew, you have a big shadow fiend problem. Whoa. Okay.
Oh, okay. Great. I'm glad we didn't over-exaggerate how big of a problem this is.
No, absolutely not. I'm gonna need reinforcements immediately.
Yeah.
You both did extremely well. I'm very proud of both of you. That was good. That's not a thing people should have to stand up to.
Dang, we didn't die.
There's also the 3 other ones. So yeah, there's just a lot.
Yeah. Well, if they are. Let's do one thing at a time. Let's take our findings back to the council and see where we can go from there.
Sounds good.
And the 3 of you depart and start going down the mountain once again to return to Miniry. Meanwhile, Val, you and Hannah return, and you head over to the council chambers. And when you walk in, you enter in there's a very amusing exchange happening where Ricard is desperately trying his best at small talk, and he is not doing
Oh,
a very
buddy.
good job.
I love
he's
you
just-
so much.
He's just kind of like rambling at this point. He's saying, "Yes, and so I did an examination on the rocks that I found there, and there's an interesting sort of degree of unnatural minerals in the quartz that I found, but I thought that, well, that's an anomalous error that is easily understood. But then I decided to go even further in and started to do an arcane test to really dive into there's a problem, and there was some fine powder, but it wasn't really enough to make it." And he's just going on and on and on. And this person who he's sitting before, this person is like rather, they look fairly classy, like clearly they've been traveling for a while, but they've kept themselves somewhat cleaned up. It's just sort of a very sort of a rather short man with a nice half cape, and he is just kind of like sitting there nodding, and he's sort of looking at any kind of out he can get in this situation and is finding nothing. But that's when you return.
Hello?
Are you the person who's waiting for me?
He kind of like stands up and sort of pats himself off, and he stands up so quickly. He's just like so thankful that any other human being is here. And he walks up to you and he says, yes. Shen Juriel, pleasure to meet you. I understand you're Val?
Yes, what can I help you with?
I have been sent here to sort of, I don't want to give too much away at this point, but there is a important survey that I need to take that involves you specifically. Would you be all right just answering a few questions with me?
What is the survey about?
I'm afraid the nature of the survey forbids me from revealing its nature too early on, but I assure you it's nothing invasive. It's just an answer to some questions that need to be answered.
And who is this survey being conducted on? Whose behalf, I guess?
He looks at you and he says, let's just say that something has come to my attention, and it is something I need to investigate fully.
So it's your project.
You could say that, yes. I apologize for the obfuscation. I assure you it will all make sense once we get through it.
I want to make it. What's the vibe? I would like to vibe check.
Please do. Empathy test.
That is a 10. That is
10.
not good.
Hard
I would like to
say.
use conviction.
All right, go for it.
Okay, so
Nice,
that
so
is
14?
14. It's a little
Okay.
better.
You kind of get a sense that this guy has a sense of duty about him, but beyond that of like good duty or bad duty, you can't really say
Okay.
one way or the other.
Um,
I don't want to waste any of your valuable time, but this is a rather pressing matter.
Don't trust. I don't trust. Don't trust.
is this a survey that we conduct here?
Anywhere where you will be most comfortable, we can do it here. Anywhere we can just get some privacy.
So is this survey of a personal nature?
In a sense, yes.
And when you say survey, how many other people have you interviewed so far?
In my lifetime, a fair amount across these lands.
All right.
I'm sensing a lot of trepidation. I really do wish to put you at ease. I know that I can't really give you many answers, but I assure you it's nothing bad.
You have to understand that there are some very odd things happening right now.
Oh.
Is there any information about the questions that you wish to ask me that you can give me?
Well, the easiest way is for me to ask you them, and you to answer them, and then you'll know very quickly then.
I'm going to look at Ricard and see, like, is he just zoned out at this point?
No, he's slowly making an exit at this point. He's like, oh, this has nothing to do with me. I gotta leave.
Okay.
Katie, there's been so much talk about Jarzanian spies, and some strange person wants to come and talk to you. I don't know about this.
I know. I'm going to turn to Hannah and just say, could you go with Ricard for just a little bit?
She kind of looks at you and she goes, okay. She sort of squeezes your hand
Right.
before she leaves. And she goes, Ricard, look how good I've gotten.
Oh boy.
And, you can see this guy's shed is just like, oh goodness. The prodigy you've got there.
Yes, she's very smart. Don't take this the wrong way, but what country do you hail from?
Aldous.
How long have you lived here?
He says, I've been born and raised here. I've lived here my entire life.
Uh-huh.
He kind of like motions to the chair near me. He says, may we begin?
I suppose. I sit down.
You sit down. Hannah and Ricard leave at this point, leaving you and this Shen fellow alone in the council chambers.
I am super on edge. Do I have any weapons with me?
You have whatever you think you would have in this situation.
Well, considering that I was about to go teach my daughter some like basic bushcraft skills, probably a sturdy knife. So I'm very much like,
Seems very reasonable.
very on edge.
Meanwhile, Rami, what are you doing?
I was gonna try to ask someone to bring Jules over, so I guess I have to find someone at the edge of town and be like, hey, go get the loud man and bring
Hey.
him here.
Do you know who's at the edge of town?
I don't know who's at the edge of town. Who
Lumberjacks.
They owe me money. Yeah, they can do this for me. Time to make use.
Yeah, you storm over to the water mill that is set up there, and you see a lumberjack, but not the one you met before. And he sees you and kind of goes, "Oh, hello, Rami.
Where's the other one?
Other one, other which? What?
Other one of you, your friend.
There's
What?
3 of us.
Which one owes me money, damn it?
Oh,
Look, I paid them 100 gold for some camping advice.
What?
And now I just, yep,
100 gold.
yep.
Were you drunk?
No, I was not drunk. I was having a vision which caused me great amount of pain. So you know what? My knowledge and my capabilities were compressed, so that was taking advantage of someone. And if I wanted to argue this in court, I could. But instead, I have a small request. I want you to bring the loud man who came into village over here so I can talk to him, damn it, and I will not sue you.
Well, that's just awful. I don't go to court and be sued.
Exactly. Which is why you're gonna go into that town right now and find the one called Julian. I know his last name and I say it.
Got it.
And write it.
Make an intimidation test. This is great.
I've never done intimidation.
Just communications.
That's not my usual.
Actually, I think it's strength, but communication makes way more sense here.
Let's see. 14. Let me
14.
re-roll that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Goodness. Okay, so with a, what is that, an 18?
Yee.
The lumberjack kind of like drops his axe on the ground. He goes, "I'll go right away. Certainly don't want to be in trouble. Love the paper, by the way," and just starts like storming off down the path.
Thank you for your service.
Are you just gonna? Okay, so it takes a while. You
It's
send
like-
somebody out to get Jewel.
Yeah. I mean, they cut down trees, so I assume there's like a wood stump I can just sit on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
I
have
mean, there's
zero
a
plans.
beautifully crafted bench here as well.
Also, I have zero plans on how I'm gonna handle this.
Okay. Sounds good. Meanwhile, Blue and Micah, you are making your way down the mountain, and you, on your way, is there anything you'd like to discuss with the soul, or are you basically going straight back to the council at this point?
So, we know she has something to do with Rami. Not exactly sure. Not gonna ask her about Rami, of course, but just like ask her about what's her story.
She'll kind of like look up to you, and she says, "Well, let's see. Joined the spirit dances when I was fairly young. It was a bit tricky getting in, but I impressed some people. And well, let's see. Kind of went on a track that had me focused on the more martial problem-solving aspects of the order. There are some who specialize in really telling their stories and spreading out the teachings throughout the land. That's less my style, but I certainly have a bit of training there. And well, I've been kind of all over the place sorting out problems when it comes to shadow fiends. It's become a bit of a specialty of mine.
No.
Most of the time, you just punch them till they're not there anymore. But sometimes we get strange cases. It's not as clear-cut as many people think it is.
Where are you from?
She says, well, Aldous.
Cool. Can I, I would like, is it insight?
Do you want to
empathy,
insight check
one of
that?
those?
Empathy?
Empathy with perception.
Perception.
I go for it. I have like a 0 in
Yes.
perception.
It's an 18.
Ooh, hello.
There is definitely this kind of like reticent, she doesn't really want to go into too much detail, you can tell, but there's nothing that's been an outright lie as far as you can tell, and you are very shrewd when it comes to the things that Tulix tell you.
Well, she seems like a really nice person, but also like everyone's lying lately, so who knows?
Poor Blue.
Cool. Well, have you ever been to the Weald?
She kind of looks at you and she says, "My treks have taken me in there a couple of times. It's often needing a guide. It can get tricky in there, no offense."
Oh no, you're right. It gets tricky, even for me sometimes. But as long as you know well, not even your way around really, just know things like, you know, what plants are and what plants not to touch because they might explode, you should be fine.
What,
I didn't
we've
see
been
any
there 5 times. What do you mean plants explode?
We avoid the exploding ones.
This is also news to me. I'll have to make sure I watch out for those next time.
They're pretty easy to watch out for. It's like, oh yeah, that looks like it'll explode.
Bunch of animal skeletons next to them, typically.
Probably, yeah.
I'm never going back in the wheels again.
Micah, no offense, but you're different from most night people I've met. What's your story?
You've met other night people?
yeah, you know this, that like your people split long ago,
Mhm.
and your kind went through the mountains where the rest were kind of integrated into surface society. So you don't necessarily share any customs or values, but you do share a lineage that goes way, way back.
Oh, okay, cool. I did not know that. Okay, cool. Ignore that question for a second. Yeah, well, I guess we're the kind of more traditional ones, so that might be why.
Huh. And you're city watch of the village guard.
Yeah,
That's fun.
that was kind of my mistake. By some people's end. Don't know who had that idea, but yeah.
Well, you seem to be doing a good job as far as I can tell. No
Uh,
shadow fiends have attacked.
It's a close call, but thanks.
And you all continue down. Meanwhile, Val, you get asked a lot of unusual questions. And weirdly, you have entered some kind of hypothetical morality test. I won't go into
Ooh.
specifics, but it's basically laying out situations before you and asking what kind of things you would do. And I'm curious if you would just kind of like go along with this, or if you would sort of not be too cooperative, or what's your sort of approach to this?
I would be asking a lot of questions like, why are you asking these? I thought this was just a general survey. Like, what purpose is this serving?
Unfortunately,
No.
the answer you keep on getting is that if we could just get to the end of it, then I can explain it all there.
What is the point of having me take this without knowing what it's for?
Because you knowing what it's for could color the results, and we don't want that.
That's fair.
Statistically speaking, that is a very good point.
I mean, it's like he's not wrong. What if it's like
I will-
a quiz?
Go along with it, but I am still very guarded and very careful in how I answer things.
Okay, good to know. This goes on for a while, and it's bringing up a lot of interesting situations that brings in both like the law and politics and sort of hot, political issues at the moment. And one question you were asked about is sort of your stance with sorceress study, because it is rather common right now for people to be rather split on that. Some people think we should stop it entirely. Other people think it is still instrumental to understanding how to fight against it. And you are asked where you lie in this belief.
I would be truthful about it to say that I am conflicted because on the one hand it has provided some valuable information, but on the other hand it is dangerous inherently.
And yeah, it's sort of just like leaps from different topic to different topic, and there's no real like concrete set of answers. It's not like, do you do A, B, or C? It's just like, here's the situation, how do you respond? And eventually you get to the end of this test, and it's a little bit grueling to an extent, but finally when you finish up, Shen, who has been sort of like writing down notes this entire time, he informs you, right, well, that concludes the survey I had for you today. I am sure you have many questions. I'm sorry for being so obscure with everything, but now I can inform you what this is all about. He says, my office, we deal with various things throughout all this, mostly concerning civics and government. And he says, we have become aware that you have become a pillar of this community, and we've had a couple of people speak glowingly of you. And Val, we want to know if you're interested in becoming a noble.
Knew it!
What?
Jazz!
And you know that in all this, the way nobles work, it is not about blood. It is about basically elevating the best people they can find. And they enter the sort of court of nobles, and then they help kind of like decide everything that happens. And he says, I hope you can understand now why I had to sort of keep this under wraps. It was, it's always hard not to inform people what these situations are about, but I just want to say that, given your record, the things you've done for the people here, the programs you've introduced, we think you would be an incredible candidate. And there's no guarantee, I have to put it out there. There are other steps that come forward, but how are you feeling? What do you think?
I am absolutely confused.
That speaks to your modesty.
What does a noble do? What does a noble do in Aldous?
Are you asking, or is him or me?
Both!
Okay. He kind of like chuckles a little bit and he says, I know this might be a little bit overwhelming. Well, depending on how you proceed through the next steps, you will be invited to join the Noble Council, which assembles once every year to get to know people who are helping run things in Aldous. There is a ceremony that sort of verifies your, shall we say, your moral compass, and you will be in charge of a lot that goes on here. And it's matters of governance, it's matters of getting help when you need it, being a voice for the people here. We know that these regions especially can be oftentimes forgotten, and we are actively trying to improve relations. And it will help if they have somebody speaking for them, somebody like you.
Does becoming a noble confer any certain protections?
He kind of says, well, how do you mean? You'll still be expected to follow the law.
I mean, yes. Is citizenship required?
He kind of looks at you and he says, it's honestly, if we find a person who is doing good in this land for the people of this land, it doesn't factor into it.
Is there a salary?
He laughs a little bit and he says, yes, there is compensation for providing such an important service to the people of this country.
I would like to empathy check this man.
Go for it.
That's an 11. That's not super great.
You know what's going on right now. Everything's happening at once.
If I were to say yes, what would that mean for my daughter?
Well, it means that you will have a daughter of a noble, but this is not a hereditary title. She might prove herself later on down the line, based on your morals, but she will never be guaranteed a noble spot should anything happen to you. That's not quite how it works. Otherwise, she'll live exactly as you need her to.
And if I were to say yes, what would be the steps after this?
Well, we need to complete our catalog of the pool of new potential candidates, and then from there, eventually, unfortunately this part can take some time, you know, the bureaucracy of things, eventually you'll be asked to attend a ceremony in Aldous itself. You will not be pulled away from this place long if you do not want to be, but it is a chance for you to meet other nobles that will be doing the exact same thing you are doing, getting an understanding of how the politics and the general governance happens, getting advice from those who have done just like you before you, and then there will be a meeting with the sovereign, and that is when your final test will occur to see if this is a truly good fit for you. And again, nothing is set in stone at this point, but I can safely say we are eager to pursue the next steps.
If I were to say yes, would there be any... I know that this might sound strange, but would any more guards be assigned to Miniry?
Depending on how far the process you get, that would be entirely under your jurisdiction. If you think there need to be more, then you can definitely requisition some. If you think there need to be less, then you can disperse them across the country. We trust you because people have spoken so highly of you, and you are a part of this place and the people here. So it will be you who will be making those decisions. And of course, you are welcome to keep any counsel you believe would be helpful. And of course, the people's opinion will definitely need to be respected, but I don't think we have to worry about that with you.
What would happen to the council now?
The council will still operate. They still need one in the village. You're not replacing anybody. You are simply fulfilling a role that does not exist here yet.
Could you give me, like, an itemized list of, like, my responsibilities?
He quickly, like, pulls out, like, a booklet and says, I am well prepared for this, and he sort of hands it over to you. And it's basically a primer. It's basically so you've been
Like,
chosen
Nobles 101.
So you want to be a noble.
Yeah. And he says, I'll be staying in the village for another day before I set out. Again, I have other places to attend to, but feel free to come and ask me questions anytime, but a lot of the information you're looking for can be found in there.
Right. Could I give you your answer tomorrow?
Certainly. And don't feel like you need to rush this. We can contact via mail at a later time if you need more time.
Okay, all right. There's a few people that I need to talk to about this.
Very understandable.
I will get back to you.
Of course.
Thank you. Have a good day. And I leave.
He kind of holds out a hand and says, pleasure to... Oh, and then you're off.
She's just like, ah!
At this
just
point...
like clutching the booklet, like, yeah.
Rami, when it comes to the lumberjack returns, and you can see he does not return with jewels, and he says, so I tried to get him to follow me, but he seemed really, he didn't want to talk to me very much. He seemed quite angry at me, and I told him that, like, the courts could get involved and somebody could get sued, but he didn't seem to care very much. So I don't know where he went to go from there. So I said, hey, just meet this nice lady. He didn't fudge.
You're completely useless.
Oh. Wow.
Just hangs his head in shame as you leave. At this point, the lot of you have the opportunity to reconvene. I think Micah and Blue, you have the most pressing news, so you probably want to assemble the council.
Yeah.
So it's fair to say you all assemble in the council chambers. It's a question of, Rami, do you also go there or not?
How easy would it be to sneak into town with no one paying attention to me, make it to the castle, and then sneak back to the woods?
Roll stealth.
Given your usual apparel, it would be a little bit tricky.
I don't think I've been dressing up as much ever since the shadow pool, the pool of nightmare and dreams. I think I've been. It's been less.
Sure. Yeah, you can make a stealth check. Let's see how this goes. It is broad daylight, kind of. It's probably approaching afternoon, evening at this point. A long day.
Okay, so I use dexterity?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see. 13. That is decent for me.
Yeah, you kind of like try to be as stealthy as possible. Like when people are chattering nearby, you sort of turn your head to them and sort of look down and try not to do anything of major importance. And you can subtly make your way to the council chambers. You are not accosted by Jules or anybody else looking for Avatashar at this time.
Good. That's great.
So do you enter the council chambers?
I do.
Okay. Then you enter to see the council has been assembled, as well as the spirit dance is sold, and you recognize her, like, straight away.
I know, I do. I know, I do.
She does not necessarily recognize you straight away.
No, because my face is completely different. And it's been like 9 years.
Yep. And so Esmira just goes, "Oh, here's Rami now. I'm glad to see you're doing better, Rami. We have some very important things to discuss. This is Isolde, a spirit dancer of Aldous, who kindly made her way here to help us resolve the fiend situation."
Wonderful to make your acquaintance, darling. Rami Lawford.
And I apologize for this, but I'm going to deception test.
Oh!
Fine.
Oh!
That's fine. That's fine.
I thought you said that's a 5. I'm like, hello?
No,
Ooh.
that's fine. Oh, I don't think that'd be very difficult for me to get that up.
17's pretty good though.
Good lord.
But what's
Yeah.
her perception?
So yeah, you kind of like shake hands with Isolde, and she's like, "Oh, nice to meet you, Rami," and turns around and goes to sit down.
Does she suspect anything? Can I tell?
You can make an empathy test if you would like.
Which one is
Perception.
that? Perception. Yeah, I will definitely do that.
There's so much scrutiny going on in this council chamber.
No one here tells the truth. I have determined this.
It's a 14.
Oh boy.
It's hard to say. She was very quick in her movements, and you feel like you know Isolde's MO, but it's also been so long. Maybe she's gotten better. It's hard for you to
Maybe
really.
she's gotten better, but she was never great at like keeping feelings. But maybe, maybe.
So you all sit down, and Isolde basically lays out the situation before everybody and says, "So we have an offer, and a potential route that we can take. Otherwise, if we don't take this offer, then we're going to have to clean these things out, which is going to require a lot more bodies than we have right now. So that's my professional opinion."
So we're sending them to an object where we don't know the location of and telling them to destroy it. And we don't know what it does, or the ramifications that will happen when they destroy
That does
it.
seem a little
Honestly, if it was,
calamitous.
it's not the worst idea. I would have picked something a little that we understood what did, personally. I'd be like, oh yeah, go destroy this tower in Kern or something. Something so we at least understand what they're going after. This is vague, where we don't know what happens if you destroy a machine that can suck souls out. We might be killing people.
I mean,
Also,
I don't
did they
really
give
wanna-
us like an estimate on how much money they need,
No,
an
it just-
hourly
There's
wage?
just, there's just a disc. There's just a disc.
Isolde said, "There's a spooky disc we need to fill up,
Oh,
and once
yes,
it's
it's
filled, that's
that.
enough."
Okay. That still doesn't... Do we think it's the best course of action to send them to destroy something that we don't know what it does? That is my concern.
Rakat speaks up, and he says, "I do not know what this machine they speak about is, and I've put out feelers to try and understand what it could be, but I have not heard back from them yet. If it's anything powerful, such as the Shadowgate, those tend to have small calamities that happen in their immediate proximity, but nothing, unless it's underneath the village. Could it be underneath the village?"
We don't know where it's located, and if it's going to cause a small calamity, that could be anywhere.
Could it be connected to the Shaw's crystal deposit?
Rakat kind of like looks at you and he says, "It's possible. A lot of these old ruins tend to be found in a place where such crystals are found in abundance because they used them a lot in the old kingdoms."
But also, so there's two groups of shadow fiends, as we understand this now. There's the Mitaxians, who believe that it's time to move on from their past responsibility and seek out a way to return to the realm that they come from. And then there is this second group, the Shadow Fiends of Wrath, who believe that the machine is still their responsibility. Correct?
Yeah,
So-
those who know, not in unison.
Yeah.
So what if the reason they have possessed the people that they have is because we're getting too close to the machine? We suddenly pose a threat.
That could be the case. I personally am not a fan of having them destroy something that we don't know the location of and we don't know the ramifications of. I would feel much more comfortable if we just picked something that we knew where it was and told them to destroy that.
Yes.
Okay, well, they said that they're able to level cities and things like that. Should we just send them to a city that we know of in Kern?
Also,
Yeah, totally.
just
As Mira says,
sending
this
them-
is a diplomatic instant. We cannot just
Yeah.
send Shadow Fiends to do anything outside of this immediate area.
Also, that still kills people. Yes, they're incarnate, but they're still people.
I'm afraid it's off the table.
Fine.
Plus, this machine does need to be destroyed. No.
Ozzy,
We don't
so.
know if destroying it will actually backfire. It might be
Doesn't it
something that we
just
need to
suck
turn
souls,
off.
though?
It
Things
could
like
open
that?
a black hole. We don't know.
What's
Maybe
a black
if we
hole?
destroy
Do we
it,
know
we
what black
destroy all
holes
the
are?
souls.
We don't know what a black
No.
hole is. Stop.
What's a black hole?
A rift in reality, whatever. Some magical backlash.
a shadow rift.
The Shadow Realm. Where they played card games, sorry.
I just want to retrieve an object, maybe? Is there anything that we want? Just send them to go get something.
No, they seem very adamant that they're not couriers or anything. They're meant to guard things or they're meant to destroy things. They seem very picky about the job they take, even though they're desperate for money.
Yeah, it's a pride thing.
I think
Considering that they're greed, they're part of the greed people, I don't know why they have that much pride. So, you know. I don't understand.
You make a good point, Micah.
I think we need to locate the machine
We would-
before we decide anything. And I think that we might be close.
You think it's in the tunnel? Somewhere
think
in that
so.
mountain? Well,
I mean, why else would this be happening now?
who can say? We don't have enough information to really know for sure.
Oh, you know, with the amount of people we have who has visions, why do we not have visions on where the specific thing that we need right now is? That would be helpful.
I guess we could search the mountain, though it's a big mountain, and
Micah, do your people have any maps or charts of forgotten chambers or anything like that that could help us out?
they do, but she's like, I don't know if I want to.
That's very fair.
Leo did say that there were people going in and out of one of the mountains looking for something.
And Ricard speaks up and says, yes, they were using the talismans that allowed them to stone swim.
What if they're looking for it too?
I hate to have it. I'm going to cry.
That's a good point. I think before we move further, figuring out what this machine is and where it is a major concern.
And if it is the target of the Unified Bandits, whether they know it or not, Miniry could just be something to clear the area. You know, saying an assault on Miniry would just be something to get rid of us.
Someone said that? I don't remember someone saying an assault on Miniry.
Well, not necessarily an assault on Miniry, but we are the only populated area. What else would a Unified Bandit force be doing?
Okay, I don't think the Unified Bandit Force really cared too much about us, was the vibe I got. They wanted to make sure that we weren't getting too cozy with Alden, was their major concern. They didn't want to see us to grow into a real city, and that we would have a lot more of, pardon me, Zold, more of those Sovereign finest running around. It isn't exactly what the bandits want.
These bandits have attacked you 0 times.
They have attacked us 0 times. They're just more concerned over the fact that we're growing and that we are going to have more people around.
I don't want to step on a toe here, but that is the concern of the forest folk.
Not the
Definitely.
not the stone swimming bandits. That's the
Yeah.
That's
The-
true. Wait, didn't Burgess though? He kept calling us like sapling and saying that he didn't want any more people around.
He said he was
He's not the
concerned, like,
bandits.
what your potential was, and yeah, he's fighting the bandits.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
Basically, everybody you've met have been concerned about your potential growth.
yeah, so we don't know exactly what they want or what the bandits are doing or what their goal is. It might not be Miniry, it might be. The problem is we have so little information on them.
Also, Rami, please make another deception test.
For saying Isolde's name?
Nope, for just existing in the same room as her.
Great!
Oh,
I need to leave!
Sorry.
What is that? That's
19!
That's a
Oh,
19,
wow.
right? Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
All right.
Wow.
So, and also I start feeling uncomfortable at this point. I'm like, wow, it's starting to leave. Is there any other major business?
Esmira says, yes, we haven't even got to the council minutes yet. We're still dealing with the biggest problems. We haven't got to the small ones yet.
Small ones are stupid. I don't want to deal with them.
What?
She says, we're still on a council. We still represent all the people here. We have to deal with all the problems, big and small.
Time for ghost cows today.
She says, I'm sorry, but... And then you all hear a scream coming from outside. And there is someone yelling, and they are getting closer and closer and louder,
Do
to
we recognize the voice?
council
I
chambers. You do not.
run out.
You burst outside, Val. The sun is setting over the bay at this point, and you can see that a lot of people are out, just like, whoa, what's going on? What's happening? And you see that there is somebody running through the streets, like leaping over the canals, trying to get to you, and they're just kind of yelling and waving their arms. You recognize them to be in sort of the gear of one of Sarik's workers.
I
Okay,
run
yeah,
towards
what's
him.
wrong?
I run towards the mine.
Okay. When you run towards this person, you can start hear what they're saying, and they are just straight up saying, "Monsters! Monsters! Help! They're everywhere!" Ah!
Okay, where? What do they look like?
And they kind of like run into you, Micah, and just like are panting heavily, clearly extremely scared and concerned about everything they've just witnessed. And they say, "I don't know. I haven't seen anything like it. This came out. Nobody's safe. We have to get everybody inside. We have to do something. Do something." And he like kind of grabs you feverishly.
Okay,
Where's Hannah?
I just like chuck him towards the rest of the village, and I don't know, like action community, let's go.
Where's
it's
Hannah?
all-
Do I see Hannah?
Hannah, you sent off with Ricard last, so she's probably back at home.
Doesn't
Okay.
happen to be nighttime right now, does it?
The sun is setting.
Cool.
Oh.
Yeah, I think I might have figured out the meaning behind those words of "don't be here at nighttime."
Oh no.
Yeah, no, Micah's running ahead to like, I don't know, deal with this issue. If someone
Okay,
wants to
you-
say something.
You're assembling your guards or anything, or you're just running ahead?
pretty much just, I don't know. If Suna can assemble them, and then I'll just run in and make sure no one's like currently dying. That'd be nice.
Okay. So yeah, Micah, you kind of like start yelling out at the various guards who are nearby. Some of them kind of like stunned, just like, wait, what do we do? And you're just like, oi, snap into it, we got a job to do. And you inform them that they need to kind of like take up positions about the priority you've talked about, grab the spears, because you might need those. And yeah, you charge forward, getting ready to help anybody who needs it. What about the rest of you?
I pull Ozzy and I'm like, let's start these evacuation plans. What do we got? Let's get the young, weak, and elderly on boats now.
He kind of like pulling forward. He's like, yes, right, let's go. And he starts running towards the docks, yelling for people to
I
follow.
look for Hannah, Ricard, and Elzar.
You see none of them currently.
And
Actually,
Elzani.
Ricard. You see Ricard currently. And Elzani is outside. He's kind of like on his horse, and he kind of runs to you like, Val, what's going on?
Monsters, apparently. Where's Hannah?
He looks at you and goes, I don't know, she's your daughter.
Where's Ricard?
Ricard is with you. He was in the council chambers.
But Hannah wasn't in there, right?
Val,
Correct.
Val, just scry. Or I'll scry and then I'll tell you the location.
I scry on Hannah.
She's at home.
Okay, I go get Hannah.
Okay, so you
And
start
I'm
running.
dragging Elzani with me.
Okay.
Like, just like, okay, listen up, you two.
Well, it's a fair way to your home from the council chambers, so you're gonna be running for a little bit.
Okay, never mind. I just turned to Elzani. Listen, monsters in the mine. Get Hannah. I'm trusting you with this. Be safe. Do whatever you two have to just be safe. Okay? If Ricard isn't going to the site of the disturbance, take him with you. Okay? Go. Go, go, go.
He kind of like pushing back. He's like, all right, I
Just
got
like
it.
the bags are in the basement!
And he leaps onto his horse with incredible agility and starts running off away. What are you doing, Blue? At this point, you
I
can
think-
hear bells being rung that the guards have never used before, but now they are using them throughout the day.
Okay. I think Blue would try and contact Penny and see if Penny knows anything about what's happening on that side of town,
Mhm.
as well as heading over there with Micah. she probably shouldn't go alone if there's monsters.
Yeah, you contact Penny, and he responds immediately, and you can tell that he is in the middle of running extremely fast. And he says to you, Blue, I was just about to contact you. We have an enemy breach, They came from our flank, sir. I don't know what's happening.
Do you know what they are?
He looks at them, he says, I've never seen a creature like this before, but they certainly aren't good. We need to mobilize whatever fighting force you have. I can reroute the squirrels, but I don't know what we can do without support.
Their guards are on their way, and so am I. So by your flank, you mean from the mines, right? They're not coming from a different place at the moment, are they?
At the moment, no, but I can send out feelers to see if they're coming from other angles.
What if
Okay,
they just
and
made
how-
a big earthquake near the entrance of the mine and just left?
Are there
that
people
sounds-
in there? Or is
We don't know yet. What was I gonna ask him?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
He's just running for his life, and you're just like... he's like,
Forgot.
You can come back if you want.
Yeah, stay safe. How are the squirrels and sparrows and various other creatures I'm sure you have under your command right now? How are they in fights? Are they gonna be safe?
He says, full frontal engagement is not our forte, sir.
That sounds like a good plan. Then just don't engage and just stay safe. I'll
They're
be there.
chasing the two legs down. They're running out of time.
Can Blue fly faster? It's like so his thing is I don't know what 16 means, but it's 16. I would like.
That's how many meters per movement action you can take, but we can abstract it away from that. You can move very fast.
I would like to move as fast.
You can
as
easily
possible.
get there first if you would like to break off from your companions.
Well, that seems like a lot, but that's also what I just said. So sure.
Okay,
Just
Blue
I don't know how.
darts ahead. You very quickly hear the bounding feet of Tessic behind you, and he says, Boss, what's going on?
Apparently, there's monsters coming from the mine, and people are being attacked.
What? Let's go help?
Yeah, on our way, right?
And as he's like following, he's like, I'm right behind you, boss. And he says, as long as they're not coming from the sky, everything's fine.
I look up. Just don't see
You know-
anything.
You don't see anything yet.
Okay.
Wait, what do you mean yet?
Yes! Yes!
So Rami, what are you doing during the chaos?
I think the first thing I did was I got Ozzy to move and start.
Yes.
And then, so what's the plan? Is everyone just heading to the mines at the moment?
Currently, everybody is moving in that direction, yes.
Okay. Does it look like they need help with evacuations? Like, or is that going okay?
For the most part, this is a very strong community. They are very good at helping each other out through these kinds of things.
Great.
But there is, of course, a lot of confusion. You are unsure if you can...
I
really
will
make it
quickly direct traffic to the way it needs to go, get that started, and then head towards the mine.
Okay,
I'm
sounds
going
good.
to do it in a lighthearted way that makes people calm and feel better and use my morale skill.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Okay. Go ahead
Okay.
and roll your morale.
You know what? I'm actually better at persuasion, but I want to use morale. 'Cause
Let's
it would
use
be
morale.
fun.
Let's see what you got.
It's fun. How did I
Okay.
do?
You prevent any major panics from sort of
I can
digging
reroll
themselves
that
in.
one and use my last reroll.
Okay.
No, I can't.
Another
Can't
one.
reroll that one.
So yeah, for the most part, everybody's okay, but this is also a very tense and stressful situation, so a lot of people don't really know how to feel and what the danger is exactly, so there's a lot of confusion. But you do your best to just placate the worst of them, but it's an uphill battle. Yeah, so you're going to be a bit delayed compared to everybody else who is running ahead. You see Blue flying out that along the sort of road and the trail that leads up towards the mines, there are workers running as fast as they can, just sprinting towards the village, like some of them yelling help, some of them just utterly exhausted from running so fast. It isn't long before you can see what is chasing them, and what you see is about a 7 or so foot tall creature that is composed from legs to sort of its large torso, just bands of very sharp looking metal. It is like a sort of empty forge of a creature, and it has these long arms, and extending from sort of the blades, it has these sort of spirity energy shooting out, and in its sort of where its head should be, it is just a roaring blue flame. And this thing is just running down and chasing down some of the miners, and you can see one of them is immediately cut down before your eyes, and they yelp in pain as they drop, and this creature does not stop. It just keeps moving to the next one. Then you see another one, and another one, and another one.
If I could, before there's another one, I would like to summon another spirit. I like summoning spirits now.
Hell yes.
Hell yeah.
And then surge to summon another spirit.
Ooh.
To collect, not like,
just tackle these things so they don't attack anybody.
Get him under control, whatever this monster is.
Sounds good. Go ahead and roll 2 create spirit tests.
Sure. Sure thing.
At this point, Micah and Val. Actually, no, not yet.
It's an 11 and a 13, which the test is 11 to just make one, but they're just very weak ones.
Very weak. What kind of spirits are you summoning?
Well, I doubt. Is there water here? I know there's canals
everywhere. Yeah, and waterfalls. Like, it's beautiful here.
I'll grab 1 water and 1 wood.
Lovely.
Just, I don't know.
You bend the elements to your will, sort of asking the spirits to lend you aid in this time, and immediately, like, bursting from a tree, just flies this wooden construct creature that just lands in front of you and starts sprinting next to Tessic as well. And then there is a swirl of water from a nearby pond that just extends out and sort of reaches out and does a somersault, and then just starts swirling and moving its way in tandem with the rest of you. And suddenly, your army of 2 Raiden turned into an army of 4.
Nice.
That's pretty sick.
And you charge forward, and these 2 spirits just intercept each of these creatures to stop them from chasing down some of the workers who are still running for their lives. The wooden one just basically tackles one of these creatures, and they just go spinning around. You can see that it kind of the monster sort of extends its metal appendage, and these blue blades just burst with flame and just slashes and slashes and slashes at your spirit that also tries to fight back blow for blow. Your water one kind of like splashes into another one. It doesn't really slow it so much, but it just kind of like hit it with a lot of force. You can see that the fires inside it do not seem to be affected by water whatsoever, but this thing like wraps globules of water around its legs, and it trips up and falls on the ground, and your water thing just smothers it as best as it can. And Tessic kind of joins the fray as well. As soon as one of your spirit takes these things down, you can see that he enters his, the most primal rage that you've seen him in a very long time. He seems rather determined not to let history repeat itself. And he slashes and claws against these things as they're on the ground, distracted by your spirits. At this point, Micah, you are sprinting with your weapon of choice. What weapon do you have out right now?
Good old trusty hammer.
Okay, you are sprinting with this massive hammer that would slow anybody but you down. And you leap over one of the canals, and you kind of like yell for the rest of the guards to get in position. Fortunately, thanks to the training regime you put in place with Dez and Suna's kind of like understanding of old military tactics, you at the very least are able to form a spear line that stands guard in front of the one bridge that leads directly to Miniry from the mine. And your guards look very nervous and very afraid, because you also start seeing these metallic, glowing blue creatures also running at you with a very frightening speed.
Wait, creatures? There's more than one?
Yes, you see one, and then another one, and then another one.
How many?
Currently, Micah, you see about 5.
Oh my god.
5, cool.
Crap.
I mean, okay, whichever one that Blue and, I'm sorry, Tessic, right?
Yes,
Whichever
Tessic.
one they're on, like, I'll tell the guards to split into like 4 others and like go towards that to like make sure they're kind of being at least distracted. Does that make sense? Yeah, and I'll just like go help the next year's one, the one that Blue and Tessic doesn't have right now.
Suna is very quickly trying to catch up to you, and she is like yelling out, "What's the plan, Cap?"
Okay, so I'm just like pointing like, well, you 5, that one. You 6, that one. Suna, me, Suna, you and me, we take care of that one. Let's go.
On it, Cap, and then she like turns to one of the groups that you mentioned, and she says, "I always wanted to say this shield wall," and just like the guards reflexively just put out a shield wall in front of them, and she like immediately leaves them to join you, and she says, "Haven't seen anything like this before, Cap. I don't know what's going on."
I don't know either. But those, metal parts look pointy, so try not to get impaled. Yeah, try not to get impaled, guys.
Yeah.
Just like the Chaos Beasts.
No impalement.
If
And she
I find
says,
any one of you dead, I'm bringing you back to life and then killing you myself.
"Oh, okay." And sort of kind of like looks at you for a second, looks at the enemy that's like charging at you, and she says, "They made a mistake messing with you, Cap," and she kind of like slaps you on the armor.
Well, us, right? You're pretty good too. And then whoosh.
Make a leadership test. That was beautiful. And you can add a 2 to whatever this is.
Oh god, it's gonna fall flat. Oh no.
Come
So
on, bud.
13. So 13. So like Sono's just kind of like, yeah.
Yay. Okay.
Beautiful.
Let's kill some assholes.
Val, at this point, you arrive and you kind of like get an idea of what's going on here as well. You can see the creatures running down the hill, running towards the guards and towards the Raiden defenses that you have set up. What is your plan, Val? What are you doing?
So I am like behind these 2 charging lines of people, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so honestly, that's probably where I need to be. I would like to. Actually, I would like to make an arcane lore test to kind of try to figure out like where these things came from because they don't seem natural.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. You take a second to kind of survey the battlefield and see how these things move, what they're doing.
I'm gonna
And-
conviction that.
All right.
So
13?
that's 13.
Okay. You have never seen anything like this before, and when it comes to their specific, like the energy they're exuding, the composition of them, nothing immediately strikes you as familiar or as something you can pinpoint down with that roll, unfortunately.
Okay, so then, knowing that, I would like to. It's dark right now, correct?
No, it's sunset. Still
Sunset,
quite
but
bright
it will probably start to get dark
in like
soon.
half an hour or so.
Half an hour? Okay, hopefully we won't be still fighting then. Then I would like to. How close is Micah to me?
How close would you like it to be?
Maybe 10 feet? I don't know.
You can get within 10 feet of her, but she is also going on the front line, so you risk exposing yourself as well.
Ah, crap. Okay.
She's just standing there with her big hammer, her guard standing behind her, and she's just like, "Ugh."
Okay, so yeah, no, that's maybe a little too exposed. Okay. So when you say so there's 5 of them, correct?
You can currently see 5 of these creatures, yes.
Okay.
Spread
How
out.
are they? Are they coming out of the mine?
You don't see,
Okay.
so it's a fair ways to the tunnel. So there's plenty
Okay.
of trees and other things in the way. There's no direct link to it, but this is the road that leads to it.
Okay. Then oh boy.
What you doing, Val?
I don't know if this is gonna work, but I would like to create images
Ooh.
of a
Before you do that,
force-
please make a wild arcane test, because
Oh,
this is a rather...
God. If you fire up to the
Uh,
back of my head, that'd be so
And the
funny.
TN is 14.
That's 10.
Okay, let me just peruse your arcana real quick, and then we will continue. Keep thinking about what you want to do. I just need to see what we got here. Oh boy, you have so much arcana. It's
Mhm.
amazing. I'm gonna roll for it.
Shit.
Okay, so D12.
Honestly, I think the funniest thing would be just like if I just disappear.
That would be
If I
pretty
just
hilarious.
triggered
Oh,
invisibility.
God.
How could you leave us, Val? Oh, this is
No.
hilarious. So I promise you, this is what I rolled. You do draw vitality, and
No one's here. I'm not touching
else here.
anyone.
So you there's like this awkward moment where you feel like if you were touching anybody in this moment, you would have potentially hurt them quite badly. And you can feel your arms just like reaching for some kind of essence, some kind of power, and you feel your arms
Slap
kind
a
of
tree.
yeah, you feel like them going out towards Micah, but she's far too far away. And the moment passes fairly quickly. Your Wild Arcane resets once again.
Okay.
It's a good thing I took a second to talk to people instead of coming right at the same time as you guys.
Yeah. Okay, so we're just gonna see how much of an image I can create.
Ooh,
Hell
13?
yes.
Okay, so that means that so the base area is 10 foot.
So you can make 12 feet,
Let me hold on.
or is that 20 feet?
So just plus 2 per extra 10. 11 plus 2. Okay, so 10.
So 20 feet of images you can make.
I can't read this sentence. Yes, okay, yeah, I had to scroll over. I'm like, 2 plus what? Yeah, so 20 feet. I would like to create an image of like a flanking force kind of a thing to try to draw the attention of some, even if it's just one of these creatures, that would be good to kind of try to make it go for it so that they can, whoever's going after it can.
Does it kind of just look like generic Miniry guards that you create?
Maybe a mix of like guards and like fleeing miners kind of a thing.
Okay, they all have to be the same kind of like cube,
Yeah.
so they're just gonna stay just standing next to each other.
Yeah, kind of
Okay.
moving.
Okay, so you create like a bunch of images of these different people. Suna goes to you, Mike, and goes, "Cat reinforcements!"
I just turn around. What? Who are
And
you?
you see just all these guards popping up that you don't recognize, just amongst some miners, just going, ah.
Like, I'm just like, who? What? These things create illusions.
And Suna's like, oh no! Meanwhile, Isolde charges forward with great speed, and she basically does a flip over the first guards that you set out, and she just starts wailing on these creatures with very forceful arcane-powered punches. And you can see she's doing damage, but also these things seem formidable. One of them strikes at her, and she has to very quickly dodge out of the way and get slightly caught by it and goes, ah! And is currently fighting there. Rami, you are the last to arrive.
Yes. So we have the evacuations going, and we got most of the people out first, right? Who were just kind of like weak and needed to get out.
It's going to take a very long time to get everybody out.
I agree. Can I get some of the people who we don't need to leave right away? Can I get them to start dragging furniture and making a barrier that they would have to cross to get into town and making more obstacles for them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I am going to start commanding people about and getting that started. Then.
Morale test, please.
Okay.
Or leadership, your test.
Can
your
it be
choice.
persuasion? Because I'm persuading them to help?
This is not really... Leadership would be more appropriate.
Okay, would that be
unfortunately.
under communication?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a communication test for this one.
All right.
19.
All right. You kind of like some of the energy that you used a long way back in Noroth, where you just kind of like... Actually, I'm going to say this. You get ready to like... You see the situation, a lot of chaos is happening, and you know people need direction more than anything else. And you're very good at directing people, usually through, you know, scandalous newspaper articles, but... this time it's requires something different. And in this exact moment, you see a flash of feathers, and you see that Fred is running up to you, and it's going, "Wah!" And you can see that Fred doesn't have a saddle on, but whatever. You just kind of climb on top of him, clamber. He kind of gets a bit annoyed. He's like, "Wah!" And you just kind of like say, "No, deal with it." And then you sort of climb up on him and just start leading people. You tell them where to go, what to do. You say, "Get these things down here right now." You see one of the lumberjacks is there as well, just like holding an axe and just like, "Oh, I can get some furniture, all right." Just picking those up, just starts picking them up and hauling them over to the bridge, and you start like getting these people assembled.
Oh my god, this is like the weirdest Avengers ever.
I just like the image of like Rami on top of her peacock, like just commanding. Like that's a George Washington right there.
So I'll leave you with this final thing that happens. Rami, you notice that there is a rider who is running extremely fast on the back of a horse. through the back of the town towards where you are and where the attack is. They are galloping with great speed and ferocity, a cloaked, hooded figure, and they are flanked by 2 other horse riders who seem to be soldiers in armor, wielding big shields, riding just beside this person.
Do they seem friendly or do they seem like an enemy?
They have not attacked anybody, as far as you can tell. And when they come to your barricade, they all just leap over it immediately and move further outside the town. And soon the rest of you see these riders. You are currently all caught up in the melee. There's a lot going on, a lot of confusion. Fog of war is truly real in these moments. But you do notice the riders coming, and you see that they kind of like stomp in front of these creatures, these monsters that are attacking you, and the rider in the front takes their hood and pulls it down, and you can see a bunch of these weird, just metallic looking spiny blades stick out the back, and you see a woman, very sort of regal looking, rather fancy hair done up. None of you can say you recognize her. And she speaks in a sort of loud and commanding voice, and she says, "As your empress, you will be standing down right now. I did not give this order." And the creatures immediately stop. And there's this awkward moment of pause, and then immediately the woman on the horse says, "Now follow me at once." And she kicks her horse. It charges forward with her 2 bodyguards protecting her as well. She runs up the path towards the tunnel, and the creatures just turn around and start sprinting after her as well. And she has easily commanded these things to stop fighting. And then, Rami, you get a ping.
I answer it. I answer it right away.
You see Caroline is riding a horse, and she says to you, "You have done so well, Rami. Now, this is where our work gets hard." And that's where we'll end the session for tonight, everybody.
What do you... Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us for another Tale from Miniry. It didn't look like Caroline at all, and the ping you got did not look like Caroline. However, there's no mistaking that voice and that demeanor was her. But we'll find out more not next week. We will not be here next week, very sad. But we will be here the week after next week, which is the 19th, to bring the grand finale of Tales of Miniry Village to you. Stay tuned, everybody, because it's going to get wild in this village.
Oh my god. Like it isn't already?
It's like a new thing every time. It's so great.
It's literally a
Thank
finale
you
of
all.
Miniry Village because we're all dead. Yay!
Thank you all for joining us. I hope you enjoyed everything that goes on, all the madness and chaos and everything that's happening right now. Our finale will be 2 weeks from now. Please join us. It's going to be a good one. And it will be the last episode of Tales from Miniry, so you gotta check it out. It's going to be good.
Wow.
Our music is by Windswept. It is spelled Windswept. Check them out on YouTube. Check them out wherever they are. They have amazing music that we use for the stream, and it is really beautiful, really nice. They release like a new track every 2 weeks. It's incredible. Go support them if you can. Our artist is Hansel Eldor.
Yeah, you did it. You did it.
It only took me 5 weeks. They did an art that you see during the break and during the intro screen. Beautiful, beautiful watercolor. A joy to work with. Please go support them if you can. Lovely, lovely artwork. Do we have any other announcements before we say goodbye?
Yeah. I know Katie has her normal one, but I'm just gonna do a quick shout out to Dice Priority because I went over and did a one shot with them, and they were really nice. And you guys should definitely check out their channel.
Heck yeah.
This is my standard, should be pre-recorded message at this point. But all right, we are in summer. It is summer reading time. Support your local libraries. Sign up for the programs. Get your library cards. We get funding through the library cards and everything like that. And summer reading is usually, our high traffic time. So if you like reading, get prizes for it. Win things for doing something that you already love to do. So yes, respect the patrons, respect the staff, respect the institutions. Stay safe. Follow their guidelines. Thank you.
Woo.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
I don't
We
think
love
so.
you.
we love you so much.
Great. Thanks for watching.
yeah, thanks for watching, everybody.
Been
Until
a
next
wild
time,
ride.
it's been a very wild ride.
It's been so
Um,
wild.
To conclude 2 weeks from now, so don't miss it.
Ah!
All right, thanks everybody. Take care. Have a wonderful day. We will see you next.